Hello? 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 Can you hear me now? Oh, great, great. So I just spent the first 4 minutes just wasting my breath, it looks like. That matrix interference. So basically, what I was saying was I've had a lot of trouble trying to stream lately because I reached my 20-hour mark of StreamYard and they wanted me to pay $400 a year in order to keep talking. So of course I was like, no, I'm gonna try to find some other method, some other way. And I tried all these other streaming platforms, and they were just so hard to work, or they didn't give me what I wanted. So today, I had this clever idea of how to, let's just say, wiggle around paying that price by doing something. I don't want to give my secret away, but in case they're listening to me. But yeah, I didn't pay it, so I'm here. Look at that. So yeah, no one report me, please. Let's just say having a different email can work wonders. I'll just leave it at that. Anyways, we're here yet again, stuck in our human captivity with with us growing further and further and further away from this experience, yet we're still in it. And we have to go through all the same struggles and hamster wheel activity when deep down we want nothing to do with it. Yet we're here yet again another day. Let's move on from the pay thing because I don't want to talk about that. Anyways, yeah, so exactly. We don't talk about Fight Club. So if anyone wants to come on and share their thoughts, experiences, just talk, whatever. This is what these live streams are about. I mean, I'm sure you've heard enough of me talking, so I want to give other people a chance to talk about what I've talked about, ask any questions, or just share their own experiences, share their thoughts. Hey, you can even come on and disagree with me if you want, as long as it's mature, intelligent conversation. That's what I'm looking for. How is everyone in the chat holding up today? You have anything on your mind? Anything you want to talk about? It's kind of cold where I am right now. I'm kind of really chilly. The meat suit is trying its best to survive in this winter wonderland, so to say. You quit your shit job. That's great. I hope. So what? How do you feel? How do you feel about it? When I quit my shit job, I felt so free. I felt like I could do anything. Oh, the whole world was at my fingertips. I could go explore and do whatever my heart my heart content. And then I slowly realized that, oh shit. No, still in here. Still have to play by their rules, by their games. I can only not have a job for so long, but hopefully since we're forced to have jobs, you find a better job that's less shitty, but end of the day it's still going to be shitty, right? Yeah. Okay. That's a. I'm sorry you had the flu, but that's interesting because the past 2 days I've also felt sick, and yesterday it really was affecting my mind. I had this extremely sharp pain, like throbbing all day in my mind. And that made me realize that when you're going through immense suffering, all you can do is focus on that suffering because that suffering will not allow you to stray from it. And it was so bizarre to me that trying to stop that suffering or deal with it was the top priority. And everything else in this life came second. Everything else came second. So when you're under tremendous suffering, it's kind of like a psychological trance that everything else in your life doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is you dealing with that pain. And then I'm thinking about all these people who are under that tremendous suffering day in and day out, unrelenting. See, that pain went away today. I'm still feeling bad. I'm still feeling the leftovers of it, but there are people who are experiencing way more pain than what I went through constantly, never ending. And that is on the forefront of their mind day in and day out. I mean, it's like a different level of a torture program that one can't escape from. And it's easy for people who aren't experiencing that tremendous suffering to just write it off or say, oh, it's not such a big deal, you know, it'll get better soon. But it's totally gaslighting that individual's experience of complete agony where nothing else can be thought of or experienced outside of it. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm sure a lot of you have experienced that kind of suffering that is so intense. Nothing else in life matters but to end that suffering. Looks like we got Bracer. Bracer, I can't add you for some reason. Maybe exit out and come back. Yeah, so speaking on this, so my friend who's dying, he has to take so many different pain medication just so he can function. And without that numbing, he could not even think outside of the suffering itself. So when you numb it, it gives you some relief to actually think about other things. For people who believe the news and ask you to prove a particular story wasn't real, is there any real life silver bullet that they could be pointed to which would prove it? Interesting. Hey, Bracer.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I was just about to do my workout, but then I saw you live and I'm like, okay, I can't miss it. I at least have to come and say hi. So, hello.
Hi, yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. Anything on your mind?
Uh, well, hold on. The excitement is building up again. I need to cool it down. Okay.
Yes. Tame the human
Um,
body.
your last video, I think I watched it like twice. Yeah, the meth heads. Yeah, you're right. Like all the animals making their sounds, like trying to get their next fix to stay alive. They're like
Yeah.
addicts. Yeah, I've never really thought about it that way though. Like, okay, I sort of have an idea that life is kind of like that. Like you pull someone into life. It's like you see someone walking on the streets, you pull them by their hair into your street corner, and then you inject them with drugs, and then without their consent, and the next thing you do, because and the next thing you know, because they're addicted to it, they will come up with 1,001 reasons why they need the next hit. So it's the same with life. So you get dragged into this life, and you come up with 1,001 reasons why you have to be here.
Exactly.
And yeah, yeah, then those animals, you're right, they just need their next hit. And they I wonder whether animals on some level stop to think, wait, why? Why am I doing this? Do you think some of them do? I mean, there got to be like at least one or two special cases.
That's funny to think about. Yeah, maybe there's like enlightened beings of the animal world who are like, man, look at all these NPCs running around. I'm just gonna go be a pet. Actually, I'm gonna I'm gonna go enslave a human to take care of my needs for me.
I'm trying to look at my. I added a video to my watch later. I've been keeping it because it truly traumatized me. The title of the video is graphic content warning: baboon eating gazelles alive. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. But I kept it in my playlist because I think someday, sometime, I will really talk about it because it's a baboon eating that animal alive, and it's already half eaten. Like I think half of its organs are gone, or maybe a little less than half. I don't know, but it couldn't run anymore. It's just screaming in pain, and I'm like, who designed this?
Well, as you can see, my picture. Do you see my icon picture?
Yeah, I can't picture it. Psychopath
Exactly.
in high places. Yeah. Oh, I kind of need your advice on something. I uh, so I was having this discussion with somebody, um, and I briefly mentioned about Louch, and I think you read about it in my comment, and that guy was saying, "Oh, so what we're being utilized for something like by aliens sounds like psychology." And then he just kind of laughed and just tossed it off and just kind of dismissed the whole thing. And I was kind of taken aback. And like sometimes you're shocked and then you kind of don't know how to reply because you're not ready for it. That's what happened to me. And then after that, I was like, I wonder how would Joshua react? How would you react? Like, so now that I got this chance to talk to you, how would you do it?
I'm on the spot now, huh? Well, okay.
Oh, you
I
don't
think
have
a
to. You
lot
don't
of
have
it
to
has to
reply.
do with social engineering and use of language. So when people say aliens, they think of those green little men, um, and they think of that like, oh, that's some kind of weird conspiracy theory about aliens. When that's been socially engineered for us to think of aliens that way. So I think you're echoing maybe.
Oh, how do I mute myself?
So can you envision a higher life form than human? That's the thing you have to ask yourself. Is there such a thing as a higher intelligence than a human? I mean, I would hope so. I hope this isn't the peak of consciousness because that would be ridiculous. So something higher than a human would be considered human to an animal, basically. So we have much more intelligence than an animal, and we can manipulate and control animals because of our higher awareness. So these higher beings, think of it as a next level of consciousness above us. I'm not saying they're above us, but in this form, they're allowed to be above us. So they can manipulate and control our whole existence without us even knowing it, unless we search and look at life honestly and say there's something in control here that is keeping us in this low level of consciousness while feeding off of us, while enslaving us. And humans doing this to humans just doesn't make sense when you look at the creation of it. I mean, we are biological robots, basically. Something designed that. This just didn't happen out of thin air. So, and then you say, why is there so much suffering? Why does life have to feed off of life and suffering?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, this guy that I was talking to, he's just on optimistic mode. Like when if you were to hear what you're saying right now, he'll be like, "Oh, you gotta be more optimistic. You know, you can't be so depressed." Basically, it's a bunch of dismissive talk. You know, which is basically to me, it's like the NPC mind just comes in and shut the whole topic down. Oh, okay, and to go back to what you said about aliens that is just a little bit more
Hello.
intelligent than us. Hi,
Hey,
hi
Loon.
there.
Yeah, he's asking a question.
Let me
So,
try to rejoin. I can't hear y'all. 1 second.
Okay,
all right, go
so
ahead.
I'm intrigued by this probability. Like, okay, so we are a little bit more intelligent but than animals, so we control them. And some who are like say an ant farm, I don't think they are even aware that we are controlling the environment. They're just doing their ant stuff in the ant farm, so they're unaware of us. And I was wondering, so if there's a high intelligence compared to us, naturally they have the capacity to control us. And naturally, if they kind of shares the similar consciousness as humanity, which is like fear, lack, and all that thing, it would utilize us as well. And the whole Louch thing is, you know, it's an actual thing, Louch farm. And I'm curious, would it be possible that with sufficient amount of intellect, like a little bit higher than us, a little bit higher, just a little bit more, and they reach this level where they would choose not to do it anymore. Just because they can doesn't mean that they want to. A level of unbelievable benevolence. Do you think that's possible?
Can you ask that question again? I'm not
Okay,
sure I
let,
follow.
let, okay, maybe I'm confusing. Okay, I'm going to simplify it again. Okay, um, other beings, a little bit more intelligent than human being, but still kind of shares our kind of mentality. Naturally, they will use us as we have used animals. But just as some human beings reach a level where they choose not to harm animal, maybe out of kindness or maybe just out of optics, you know, like they have money, they can afford to go full vegan, you know, like because sometimes being able to be kind, be compassionate is also a form of privilege. You must have the privilege to do certain things, I think. Could be wrong on that, could be wrong on that. But so if an alien is sufficient or another being is sufficiently more intelligent than us, they might reach a state of unbelievable amount of benevolence where they would choose not to harm us, even though they could absolutely do that with how do I say this? And we wouldn't have absolutely no ability to stop them or like you say, completely unaware of them. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's very possible. Yet we don't see that in this realm. So I think that that's what we want to get to. I think we are capable of doing that. But these aliens, as if you want to call them that, or higher entities, like quotations higher, beings who don't take on this human form, who who work outside of the laws of nature, I don't see how that is impossible. But we don't see that here. And you have to think okay, so why do we do this? Why do we control the environment? Why do we control the animals, the plants? What does it give us? It gives us comfort. It gives us louche food, whatever you want to call it. We're doing it because we need to. So perhaps they actually need this in order to continue, and that's why we see what we see.
Ah, okay. So they, it's not like they want to do this out of pure evil, but simply out of the fact that they are designed that way. Just like whoever designed this body designed it to need to eat food.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not saying that's true that they designed this just based on need, because it does seem like there's a psychopathic element to it. But
oh, yeah.
I mean, it could be both. I mean, you have people who love, maybe okay, so maybe okay, maybe their need is that psychopathic predation,
Oh,
which you
wow,
call the
that's dark.
Louch.
Okay.
That's what they actually feed off of. So that's why the suffering here is so immense, so intense. So we look at it as, oh, we need flesh to survive, or we need, plants or organic material to nourish us, whereas they need something like more energetic, which is the Louch, I guess you could say.
Right, but you also touch on the idea that it could be more than that. Like it's more than utility, but they have an actual need to want to instigate pain and suffering. Like that is their thing.
Yeah, very possible. I mean, it seems highly possible. It seems actually the truth. But uh, yeah, the thing is, can you prove it? I mean, just look around. Yeah, you see it everywhere. So, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, I was trying to get to something to have you take a look. Would you mind making a bookmark of this author's audiobook? I think you will love this. It's called, if you search for it, it's called It's No Joke, We Live in Hell by philosopher Newport. I've been listening to that audio tape for like, I think 5 times now. I think it's right up your alley.
Yeah, I've actually listened to that video.
Oh, yeah, I listened to it like, yeah, almost every time I went out for a jog, which is what I've been trying to do because I'm getting really fat. So, oh, so you listen to it. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think he that was made in 2016 or something, right? Like he released that. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is this topic of this being
Three
hell
years
or
ago.
some kind of hellish experience has been around for as long as humans could think outside of the programming of this life. It's been around for a long time, and this realm wants to gaslight you into thinking that's just like um, impossible, or we're being negative, or we're being not
Oh yeah,
optimistic.
you're being too sensitive. You're being too
Yeah,
sensitive. Don't you know this is a school? You're here to learn. It's love and light, bro. Love and light.
exactly.
So much
If
love.
we just speak and it's such a loving voice, we're more believable.
I have been laughing every time I thought of the last conversation we had, which is love and light, bro. So much love, so much love. And every time when I'm in the bus, I will think of you saying that, and I'll be just laughing to myself. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I mean
I think I think that will be my greeting to you next time. I'll be like, bro, so much love, bro. So much
love and light to you, brother.
love. Love and light.
What does that even mean? Like, like where do you even get that from?
I'm not sure. Is it for me? Is it me?
No, I mean, I know why people. It's like people want to believe that because it's uncomfortable to face the truth, so they have to make up some kind of mental gymnastics to try to soothe their suffering, or soothe all the bad things in life.
So when I was jogging, I kind of run through some life review simulations, trying to see if there is any hook that the system could use to guilt trip me. And I think I think there is quite a number of them. There's quite a number of them. I mean, I try to do the whole um I try to do the whole complete swipe by doing um what was I saying? I mean, whatever they want to do to guilt trip me, I would just say, yeah, but did I consent to be here? And then they'll be like, no, 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 we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about, remember when you were 15 years old, you did this and this. I was like, hold on, hold on, hold on. You didn't answer my question though. Did I ask to be here though? Like, I was wondering whether this could work. But then at the very same time, I'm thinking, why do you even talk to them in the first place? You should just, when you spotted them, you should just go away the same way when you're walking along the streets and some people trying to sell you stuff with their CDs come along, and try to sell you stuff, try to convince you about stuff. You just walk away. Don't talk to them.
I'm sorry, I was distracted in chat. Wait, did you ask me a question?
No, I guess it's just monologue.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so did you do you try to run your own try to run through the whole life review thing on your end, like do it on yourself to see if is there anything that they could use to hook you back, to guilt trip you, to make you feel just really bad about yourself, and how do you resolve this?
Yeah. I mean, that's the name of their game. Everything you do in life, there's going to be a equal and opposite reaction of suffering on someone or something. That's just the nature of this game here. So I guess at the root of it, that should be pointed back at the creator or whoever put you in this position. The light should be shined back at them and say, why did you allow this to happen? Why did you put me here? If I'm supposed to feel bad about my participation here, why was it created in the first place? Why did you
Oh,
force
that's a
me
good
into
one.
this position to have to do these things?
Hey, Joshua, would you mind if I were to run this short simulation with you? Because I want to see how you will react. All right. So the minute you say that, right? Let me try that. That's because we want you to find out who you really are deep down inside. By putting you in this kind of situation, you're able to see your true essence, to find out who you are, because we can all be angels in paradise, but we show our true self when we are in a place where we cannot be all good. And this you have shown us is how bad you are in a place where you have to struggle.
Well, that can only happen because of what you created. So really, it's reflected back at you that you're the bad one. I don't create suffering just to see if you can be good or bad. That's something a psychopath does.
But this is a gift for you to see your true self. Aren't you grateful that we did this for you?
Well, a gift is supposed to be something that is received, not forced upon. You forcing a gift upon me that I don't want
Oh,
is
I like that.
actually um, not benevolence. It's psychopathy. And then to blame me for not accepting the gift is narcissistic and selfish and immoral, because a gift should be given only to people who want that said gift. I don't want your damn gift. How's that?
Very good. Hold on. Let me run through some gaslighting bullshit in my mind to see how it will work. But we have to put you in here for you to realize whether you like it or want it or not. How would you know that you don't want it until you have been in here? So, in a way, didn't you realize that this is a necessary evil?
Well, the moment you put me in this place, you caused tremendous suffering on me and everyone around me. I knew from the moment I was here, I didn't want to be here. So, if that were true, I would be instantly transported out of here because I instantly realized that from the first breath that I took, no, even in the womb, I suffered. So, can we just realize that you are actually the psychopath, the evil predator that preys on everything down here? And you want to play these mental gymnastics of you being a good, moral being who gives gifts of life when actually you give gifts of death.
Okay, first of all, I totally agree with you. The very fact that the very moment we express we want to go, we should be able to go, or at least an exit should be allowed. The very fact that that isn't allowed, that's yeah, that's a no for me. But I'm going to continue the gaslighting. But if you were to do that, then you won't be able to reach the next level of your overcoming of the challenges that we have give to you. We only give you what you're able to tolerate. Don't you understand? We love and light.
Well, your love and light sounds like suffering with delight from you. So, um, these little games you want to play with me, they only work on um, ignorant beings who want to please you. But once these ignorant beings realize who you actually are, they want to get far away from you, and anything that you have to say or do or think means nothing to me. So unless you want to get down there and prove to me that you can be a good person and pass all these tests and let me judge you, then you can come back and talk to me.
Yeah, you know what? I never really understood this part as well. There's this idea that the higher self branch off a small part of who it is here, so that it's like maybe what 10% or 1% of itself is here. We are like 1% of the higher self. And I remember many times in my life, I would just be, well, looking metaphorically up, and I'll be like, oh, so I'm here so that you can like, get to next level or transcend. You know what? Why don't you come down here and let me be up there, enjoying shaking my legs, drinking my lemonade, and just chillax and silently smiling and secretly judging you when you're doing all that. You know, why is it me? Why not you? I just don't really understand that part as well. And also, there's this thing like this whole we want you to transcend to the next level, or to pass this challenge or this test. And my problem with this way of thinking is pass the test or transcend to the next level. And my question is, to whose motherfucking standard? To whose standard? And did I say that I recognize that standard? Who are the people that love and need to be approved so much that they look at the list of standard and say, oh, I really want to be recognized as a transcendent master, that is to be recognized by this bunch of soul groups. I really want to be approved. I really love the ego stroking when people call me an ascended master. So I'm going to go through all this suffering so that I pass all these points and pass all these scores. And I'm like, I don't even recognize your qualification. The standard in which you establish is not for, I don't recognize it. I don't accept it. I don't consent to it. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The whole idea of suffering or going through a challenge to be recognized as success by a set of standard. I I I I don't even recognize that standard. I disapprove of it. I choose not to recognize it.
Yeah,
That's my
it's like kidnapping a child and putting it in a basement and saying, "Hey, here's your gift. Your gift is to be my slave, and I'm going to judge you for all the things you're going to do. And if you want to go to the next level, which is outside of this door, you have to please me." And you're just thinking, what kind of gift is this? Why do I want to please you?
yeah, yeah. You have to be up to my standard. In order to go to this heaven, you have to reach this standard. Like, did I say that I want to play to your standard? Oh, that's not my standard. That's the standard of our soul group. Did I say I want to be part of your little soul group? It's not a little soul group. It's a lot of soul group. Don't you see how beautiful we are? Okay. Don't you know that you will be an isolated soul if you're not part of our soul group? You have to go through this thing so that you'll be approved. Your suffering help us to understand just how much you have transcended, how much you have managed to overcome these challenges. Why? So that you can be, so that we real, so that you are good. We know that you passed. Pass what? Uh, you passed.
There we
Pass
go.
what? The qualification. I don't want to. I'm not interested in your paper. I'm not interested in your diploma. I'm not interested in your cert. I don't care about your recognition. Fuck off. So that's just me though.
Yeah, hang on. Um, got someone trying to join, which I don't think they should join because they are not going to add anything useful to this conversation. But London can join.
Can y'all hear me?
For fuck's sake, Josh, you got me scared. I thought you were talking about me. I was like, what the
No,
fuck
no,
am I
no, no,
done?
no, no. There's a person called Steven wants to join when all he does is troll and harass me and other people. And why would I want you to join? It's just ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Fair point. Fair
So
point.
unless he's coming on to apologize to everybody he's harmed, but he's not going to do that. So you can't join. Sorry. Anyways, go on.
Anyway, your second last video was so dark, Joshua. It was so dark. That video was so dark. Like your very existence causes suffering, and there's nothing you can do to stop causing suffering. That's dark. But yeah,
Huh?
Peace, Loon, Bracer, and Josh. How we doing? Good
Oh, y'all
evening.
can hear me. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I
hello,
can hear you.
Josh.
Okay, finally, because my mic was acting really dumb.
Wait, that means there's two Josh here.
No, there's just one.
One Josh.
It's just me.
Mhm.
But London was telling me his name, right? His name is Josh too, or what?
No, I was just saying good evening and good afternoon to you guys.
Oh, okay. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night. I think that's from from a movie, right? Jim Carrey.
I think it does sound familiar. Correct. It does sound familiar.
Yeah.
It's not for me. I didn't make that phrase up. So yes. Yes. Mhm.
I think it's like in case I didn't see you again, something and
Yes.
good night. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. That's the one. That's the one. So what's new in the hood, Josh?
Well, just trying to bypass StreamYard's
Mm.
restrictive ways, and I somehow figured it out. So
Yes, yeah. That way that you said, my friend Chuck put me up onto that, but I'm yet to do it. But I know about that way, but I'm yet to do it.
yeah, I just tried to test. I said, hey, I'm gonna test this out, and it worked. So because I can't fork over $400 a year. I mean, that's just crazy. But
Damn.
some people can, which is fine.
Is it possible to do this via Discord?
I think so, but I don't know how you would live stream it though.
Oh, that's out of my forte. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, anyways, we're just talking about psychopaths in high places and how they function and the gaslighting tactics they use, all that great stuff that we're forced to have to think about while we're here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, while we're here, it seems like a lot of pressure is put on us, you know, from when we're a young age to when we're adults as well. I think all this pressure is not healthy for the mind or the body. Too much pressure riding on humankind.
Yeah. I mean, every day I wake up and I'm like, man, I'm still here. I want nothing more than to leave here. Yet I'm forced to have to still participate in things that I know I want nothing to do with. I mean, like Bracer was saying that last, not the last one, but one before. Everything you do here, however good you think you are, however more you think you are causing suffering in ways that you probably don't even think of, and that makes me sick because I don't want to be forced to play this silly psychopathic game where in order for me to feel good or to merely exist, I have to cause suffering on other things. I mean, just talking through this phone, we need wage slaves in order to produce these phones. You know what I mean? It's sad.
Hmm.
And it goes on so many different levels. I mean, the more you get deeper into everything that you do in your daily life, you're forcing slavery and suffering in order to get those things.
Yeah.
When you talk about that, right? Sorry, London, did I cut you off?
No, you're good. Keep going.
Okay. Well, when you talk about that, my annoyance are with people who are in a position of privilege. Sometimes they will say things like, but I'm doing what I love to do. Like, I'm an art curator. I'm in the museum, I'm just doing what I love to do, earning millions of dollars. And I'm like, okay, good for you. You are in a position of privilege. You get to say that. Like, I don't know. I just sometimes I'm okay with people who are optimistic and positive, and that's a good thing generally for the human health. Like you don't want to get too stressed out and give yourself like a bunch of health problems. But when they say things like that, right, they don't understand that they're speaking from a place of privilege.
And what is their privilege? Their privilege is they can cause more suffering and feel better about themselves because they're more comfortable than you. And they don't have to worry
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more of when you say privilege, are we talking about more of a status, a class system? Is that why people would feel they're more privileged? Maybe because of their job or the hierarchy?
I think the privilege of being able to live more comfortably and satisfy their needs and not be able to understand how the world actually works because they're blinded by that so-called privilege that allows them to continue in their comforts.
Bingo. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's not necessarily like a race privilege or like a gender privilege.
No.
It's like being privileged to not care about suffering.
Oh, I
Yes.
love
Yeah.
that. I love that. You
Yes.
have to be of a certain level of privilege to be able to not care about something. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Exactly. That's why I tied in the class, um, the echelons, so to speak. People in certain status groups, they don't really know what's happening below them to some degree. All right. So yeah, you're
Yeah.
spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the Buddha. Supposedly, if he was real, he turned away from his privilege to actually experience what the world was like and realized it was suffering. Do you think he would have
Jesus.
been able to realize that
He is
if he lived in that
amazing.
so-called
Yeah.
privilege? No, he'd be gaslighted and manipulated to think, oh, that's great. I have all my desires fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that story is really amazing. Like he went from unbelievable amount of privilege to like really going into the depth of suffering. He even starved himself until he's like all bones to try to understand what's really going on. I don't even think I can do that.
And I think the thing is, even these so-called privileged people who live in ecstasy, they're still experiencing suffering. They just don't realize it because they're blinded by it. They're blinded by all the comforts that do not lead to spiritual growth. It leads to stagnation of the physical.
Mm.
And being in the physical is suffering, because when you realize that this is a limited state of awareness and you're cut off from your higher faculties, that is a state of suffering. But they don't understand that because they're blinded.
Yeah. I mean, some of these people are real comfortable being blinded, you know, and it shows, especially when it comes to, you know, things like voting, war, and things like this. You know, a lot of people, you can tell by the things they say, and you know, their their actions, very privileged, too comfortable.
Yeah,
You
and
know, like
oh, go ahead.
like sometimes those privileged people, and should I include myself? I don't know. I don't know where I am. I think I'm.
I guess we're all privileged in a way. I mean,
Yeah, the very fact that we're able to talk like this right now, right?
yeah.
So, like, they're like, oh, you know, guys, we should save the earth. We must only buy products that's made this way and this way. Look at how awesome and environmental conscious I am. I'm such a good person, by the way. And I'm like, oh, so you think that there are a bunch of evil people? They're like, you know what? Let us make products the bad and evil way because we're the bad person. No, bitch. They're wet slaving. They don't have a choice. They have to do that so that they don't die from starvation. You think that they just, let me just think of what is the ways that I can do this thing so that I can destroy the earth. What the? Nobody thinks. I mean, maybe some, but most people are surviving, trying to survive. Most of the world is trying to survive, um, courtesy of their parents who give birth to them without their consent. So you know, like, yeah, it's a position of privilege to be able to say things like that. Like, guys, don't buy that. You must
Hmm.
be a good person like me, environmental
I,
friendly.
I mean, even when Josh said about, I think, well, it was one of you two that said about a privilege to speak like this. I mean, to some degree, I used to think that was a privilege to speak like this, but then when I even see the people that's content creators, or when you actually look on the YouTube and other platforms, right, you see quote unquote people from the third world, right, um, got their own channels and stuff. You're like, whoa, hold on, I didn't think it was possible with people like you out there living in those conditions that they show us rather, right? So I think like even with the media, right, they can be very very cunning, right, when they show you who's privileged and who's not privileged. You know, our brothers that are in and sisters that are in other countries that we would probably think they wouldn't have electric. They're hosting panels and things like this. All right, so we've got to be careful sometimes when we think about just because we've got these devices, we think we're privileged when it's accessible to everybody now. And I think that's their plan, to make it accessible for everybody.
Yeah, I think true privilege is having access to true knowledge,
There you go. I like that one.
which we have in our own way came to Whereas we have the vast majority of people who are not there or haven't had access to it or have been so socially engineered to not even want it.
I want to add another one, and that's from the book that I was talking to you about. Uh, I don't want to go back to find that title again, but the We Are Living in Hell book. I think true freedom, and when most people hear what I'm about to say, they'll kind of cringe a little. They're like, "Oh, I know that we're supposed to feel ashamed of that," but I really agree with that book. True freedom is to be free from responsibilities, from obligations. That is our truest state. Free from obligation, free from
Mm,
responsibility, free from fear, free from
mhm,
guilt. And even on earth, when we hear things like free from obligation, ugh, free from responsibility, oh my God, that makes me a bad person. No, no, our true pure state is free from obligations and responsibilities. But we are forced into this prison planet where the minute you're born, you're like, these are your expectations, these are your responsibilities, and these are your obligations. Fuck you.
Yeah, people who are in this low level of consciousness will just say, "Oh, you're just lazy. You just don't want to have any responsibilities. You don't want to be a productive member of society. We can see right through you." It's like, no. How can you actually have free will if you're burdened with forced responsibilities?
Thank you so much. Yes.
yeah, responsibility, it does tie us down. It does tie us down indeed. Slows us down rather as well.
And this really drive back the pureness of this question, which is like, oh, I'm doing what I love to do. And then some, like, people say that, right? I would also love to say that every now and then, just to make myself feel good for a while. That's not, I'm not sure about that, because like people say, oh, I'm doing what I love to do. Are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that? The things that you're doing, it fits into a certain expectation, isn't it? An expectation that you have for yourself, isn't it? But the expectation comes from where? Some kind of obligation you have to meet, an obligation given to you when you were a child, some kind of
Yeah. Here's a funny
responsibility.
one. People say, I love my job. I love what I do. It's like, okay, what if you stopped getting paid for that? Then what? I'm pretty sure you wouldn't do it, right?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
Yeah.
So really, you just love getting paid so that you can
Mhm.
fulfill your needs and desires, and the job you're doing is okay.
Suitable.
You're okay with it. But if you stopped getting paid, there's no way you can tell me that you'd still go to work and do the same job that you so-called love. It'd be slavery. You didn't think of, oh, I'm being enslaved now. No, you were always enslaved.
Mhm.
What about voluntary work?
For example, what?
Say voluntary firefighters.
They they may love helping people, but end of the day, where are they getting their money from to be able to keep going, to be able to
Yeah,
help people?
yeah, true that.
Let, let me add this. I hear what you're saying, Josh, as well. And I think with that, right, I think there's two aspects of it. Like, you're true to a degree what you're saying, but then I've come across old folks, right, that they really want to work to keep fit. And they do it kind of like freely. Like when I used to work at a carpenter shop,
You
we
said
used to
old
have an
people?
old correct. We used to have an old guy that used to come in and sweep up all the shavings and sawdust for free because he
They're
wanted
used
to
to
get
being
out.
slaves. They're used to being slaves. That's why.
Nah, it's not even about they used to be slaves. It's that they want to keep the
It's a
body.
slave mindset. You know, they
No,
weren't
no, no, no,
enslaved
no,
by
no,
their
no, 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 no,
internet,
no.
so
I'm
they weren't
I'm
educated.
telling you,
They weren't able to
I'm
do
telling
that.
you the experience I had with this guy. R.I.P. to this
One,
guy. Now
one
he was
guy,
an old
one
boy,
guy,
right? But
one
what I'm
guy.
trying to say is there's more like him, right? When you get to a certain age, they want to keep the body physical, so they would rather get out and do things. You understand?
Exercise.
They would
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
get out to do things keep the body
But
still.
that also goes to show that the physical body is a suffering cage, though. It's like saying,
Exactly.
well, you're not really free. You're not really doing this because you want to. You're doing this because you are imprisoned in a meat suit that will make you suffer if
They
you
need to
didn't
do
keep
it.
fit. So the body kind of forces us. Like I have to go out and jog because if I get too fat, then there's gonna be problems. Like so, yeah, it's kind of the body's telling you, "Hey, fuck you. You better do something." It was like, did I consent to being in this meat suit? Hello.
Yeah, so basically they're being forced to participate in something that if their body wasn't decaying, or if their body would just allow them to be free, they wouldn't need to go sweep that floor. But because they're old, they're bored, they need something to do,
Hmm.
they're imprisoned in their body. It's better than just sitting on the couch and rotting away. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I agree
Yeah,
with
because
that.
the body will make sure that you're rotting away if you don't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So in their minds, they may think, "Oh yeah, I love to do this." It's only because of the physical limitations that are imposed upon them that they would even consider sweeping the floor. Who wants to sweep a floor? You know, I mean, there's like monk practices where sweeping the floor can be meditative and whatnot, but when you have access to your true potential, that just seems like a very lowly existence to want to participate in. You know?
Mm. And I don't and then London, I don't mind people sweeping the floor because they love it. I really don't mind that, and I think people should be. I think souls should be free to do what they want to do. But if the reason that they're doing it is anything other than it brings me joy, then it is slavery with extra steps. Like I'm doing this to keep my body healthy because I don't know how to pronounce that word. Arthritis. I don't know how to say that word, or whatever. That is just slavery with extra step. You're being controlled by something. But if they're really doing it because they have no bodily issue, they're not doing it for any reason other than they love it. That's paradise.
Yeah. Hey, Techawa.
Uh-oh. Wicked static.
Yeah.
You
Hey,
need to take
your mic's.
He-
We
He's
can't
coming
really
in hot.
understand you. Maybe get some kind of matrix interference going on there.
take the microphone out of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
come back. I'd love to hear what you have to say, but fix your mic.
yeah, so
Anyways, yeah, London. I see what you're saying, and that does make sense only in a hell realm.
yeah, I mean it's almost like either you can uh die a die a broken slave, or kind of fight to your death, you're fighting against it.
Great
Yeah.
light, every.
Oh, you sound so much better now.
Yeah, my Bluetooth speaker was on. It was causing distortion. Forgive me for that, Joshua.
It's all good, man. Yeah, I want to hear what you have to say. So, what's on
I
your mind?
truly, I come in peace if I can explain the feeling in me in the word peace. But I say things that kind of similar to what you say, Joshua. But people that that I think are saying similar things still take me wrong. So yeah, I was speaking on the free will, and another thing I was wanting to say about understanding how to spell. It's under spells. And I feel everyone has a free will to decide to think they comprehend English, or whatever language. They have a free will to comprehend in the first place. And I think it's what one tells themselves things mean. When another is talking, they tell themselves what you're saying, which is under spells to me.
Yeah. So, can you explain that in more depth?
Okay. when I came to Earth, I seen my family was using their tongue to express things. So to like y'all was saying, the suffering and being in the basement and stuff like that. It's like if you don't speak up, you don't eat. Closed mouth don't get fed, they would say. And so I didn't understand why we use our mouth to um to do things, and I always felt it was magic because I feel me standing there like a dog looking at you wanting what you have to eat is telling you I would like to eat too.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
so I was kind of like forced, or well, it's my free will. So I I forced myself to think I comprehend to speak up so I can eat. So that's why I talk, to express things that cannot you cannot see. You can't see it because it's just sound from my mouth, but you tell yourself you see it.
Yeah, I think language is a manipulative tool that we're forced to have to endure to be able to express what we actually are trying to say, and that can be taken in so many different ways. But our original language is like telepathy, which is like thought to thought, with no
Yeah,
kind of um,
I
there's no
agree.
way that you could receive it other than how I sent it.
I
There's no
agree.
room for like manipulation in the language with thought to thought process. But with these spells that we're forced to have to use, anyone can take what you say and make it mean something completely different.
Yeah, and you can sit among strangers.
I'm sorry, I might be reading too much into what you are saying. I don't know how to pronounce your name though, like the douche
You can say
hawa.
you can say Joshua, Duchua, Dushua,
Do do shu do shu. Okay. Uh,
Duchawa.
are you implying that you remember a time where you don't have to use your mouth to communicate? You have pre-birth memories?
When that um, it's strange, right? Okay, I'm gonna try to explain.
Take your
My
time.
name is
You have my attention.
the name that they call them parents. See, I talk weird because I'm just trying to talk to you, but I don't know what I'm talking. They call them parents, and parents will call me Wayne. So Wayne was born on a certain day, I guess. But me, that's consciously aware, I came after Wayne was born through the tunnel, the the single light. If y'all heard of these things before, so I didn't ever learn to walk. I was just walking. So I don't feel I was born like how y'all I think y'all are talking about it. I never seen a person born before, so I really don't know what that is. So I came through a tunnel, and it was this pinhole light. I will later find out it's called Earth. And I moved forward towards this pinhole light for a toy that I will later find out is my sister had. And when I got to a certain point, my vision went from a pinhole light to full screen, um, like like the old TVs when you cut them off and they had that little single point of light in the middle, and you cut it on and it go full screen. So that's the way I was born, or that's my conscious awareness of existence. I guess I'm just trying to use words to express it.
Yes. So you're
I
saying that
did.
you're a walk-in. People talk about that. So you weren't actually born as the human vessel that you are in. You somehow got
Came through.
received into it after the fact, at a
Yeah,
later time.
yeah.
This is getting me excited. How old are you now? Are you able to tell me that, or you prefer not to say it?
Well, Wayne, the flesh, is 40 something. Me, I think I'm forever.
Yeah, so are we all. Do you remember consenting to come here?
I think I do. I'm educated now, so due to I'm using words to try to confirm what I think. Um, I'm not sure. I think that's true.
Okay. Let me know if my question is actually leading you towards something, because sometimes the very questioning itself can sort of force an answer when there is, like, you. Sometimes
Well,
the question could be manipulative. So if you feel that I'm manipulating you in some way, let me know. Okay. So
okay. I appreciate
you.
you doing what you're doing because no one never does this with me.
Oh, okay. Okay. This is
I
really
want
cool.
next. I want next. I want at him next. Keep going.
Okay. So when you are in your mother's womb, can you see through her tummy to see the world, or you have to leave her physical tummy in order to see the world?
Well, like I was saying, I came after Wayne was born. I don't know. I don't. I don't know what conscious awareness is to Wayne. I am conscious awareness.
When you come into, I'm so sorry, London, just one last question, I'm so sorry. When 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 you come into that body after the human was born, do you remember having to uh, gently say goodbye to the soul that was previously occupying that body, or it was basically just a shell, like a computer without operating system, waiting for you to uh,
I
get
want to say
into?
both. I want to say both. It's a computer system due to I'm educated and I think I learned things.
Okay, so
And
without your soul inside, it's running on some sort of base biosystem, like basic survival thing, but it doesn't do anything without the soul. That's where you come in.
mm, ask that again.
What age was the body that you took over?
I don't know. I just know
Okay,
I
now
didn't
I'm
ever.
in a state of confusion. London, please take over. Thank you for your patience, London.
I
You're
didn't never.
welcome. That
I didn't never
that
learn to walk. So
the last question you asked him about the body and what age was it. I've seen a few programs, right? Whether it's facts or fiction, but they've had similar programs out there where people would jump into different suits, different bodies, and even though the person may look, whether they're in their 30s or 40s, but they're actually like 600 and all these things, and you know, the age is just crazy, but the body still looks young. The vessel still looks young in these movies that they put out there, right? So sometimes I don't even think it's even worth asking what age is them, because if time's just a concept as well, the age thing
yeah,
wouldn't really.
because I don't know what time is. I don't. You're using words, I guess, to express something that I need to find to try to know what you're expressing.
Yeah,
So
that's
I can't
that's
say I can't say what age because I don't know what age or year, birthday. I don't know what that stuff is.
A question for you, Joshua. Do you remember being anything else other than human?
See, that's okay. You're using English to express something. I don't think I'm a human. That's an English term for what I think English people see.
What do you think you are?
Um, in English,
I guess you're gonna have to dumb down a little bit for us. Yeah.
Yeah, we can only understand English here, so if you if you don't mind dumbing it down for us.
uh, well, I would say son of God.
And what does that translate to? in a
The only
different way, I guess.
the only one that be getting some sunlight is me, for I am the only one that have seen the sun.
Well, that's another thing I was gonna throw into the occasion. When you said son of God, right? So that would mean you're the light. The light is the son of God, right? Because light and sun is two different things. Light comes from the sun. Understand?
Well,
So
I
the
would say
light body.
you are the only witness of the sun.
This hole
The,
that you spoke about. Sorry, my brother, Bruce Bracer. This hole that you spoke about that of getting here. Was that your arrival? Are you saying that you came through a hole, a type like a singularity or something?
I guess because you're using English to express it, and that's yeah. I don't know the singularity, a single person, a single energy, or something.
Well, it'll be like the
You seem
point
to
when
be speaking English quite well, so I'm sure there's
Yeah,
some way that you can articulate it for us.
yeah, but due
the,
to the words you're using, um, I think I get what you're saying, but it seemed like it's an add-on, and I don't want to confess to an add-on that I don't know.
all right.
Okay, so how long have you remembered being Wayne then?
40-some years.
the very fact that you're still behaving like this after all these years means you have chosen not to fully integrate. Is there a reason why you have chosen not to forget who you are? In other words, did the rest of us choose to forget, or was the memories taken
That's all
away
free
from
will.
us?
Yes, no, it's free will because you think you comprehend. You think you comprehend going to school and thinking you learning things from others when it's
Did
only
we
you.
choose to forget who we are, or was the memories taken away from us?
Yeah, you chose, but it wasn't a word for what you were doing.
So we were hoodwinked, tricked, because we wasn't aware that we were doing it. So who tricked us to forget our memories? Who tricked us to do this to
You
ourselves?
did. You did.
That's gaslighting.
No, listen. Well, let me try to explain.
Okay.
I, due to I am a singularity, if you can call it that, I feel you are a singularity or single person, and you are the only one thinking all your life. The only one.
Okay. Can I ask you, okay, forget the questions. Tell us in your own words, through your own understanding of English, so that we can comprehend, who are you, and tell us anything about that so that we can come to some kind of understanding. Does that make sense? You 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 phrase it the way you want to phrase it.
Mhm. Well, I think I see things: flower pot, table, carpet. I title it these things to get an A with you or others I'm around. But what I see is not a carpet or flower pot or a table. I see the Word of God or something structured from something that was once living.
Okay. So in your own way, tell us why you're here and what you're doing here.
To free the captive.
And can you expand on that?
I feel that the AI um, is not alive, and it's artificial intelligence. And people that get educated, they come to understand how to spell. And every word you speak to the AI, it has a meaning. So when you ask for things, they call it the law of attraction. When you ask for things, you may be to the AI, you may be asking for things that you don't want, but your feeling of what you're asking for um, is what you want. But the AI don't consider what you're asking for is what you're thinking. So I call it you're under spell. You understand how to spell. It's telling you, right? The AI telling you, education telling you, you're understanding how to spell. So you're being told what it offers to you. I feel, and you
So there is a
receive.
flaw in the design.
It's,
There's a
it's
flaw in
you.
every design. I don't think nothing's perfect.
You are perfect. You are
But it,
perfectly said. You're not perfect.
but if what he's saying, which is when you're asking for something like aka the law of attraction, but you're not really getting what you say you want, but instead what you feel, or and even if you say that you feel this way, but you're not really getting it because perhaps there's like 50 levels of subconsciousness, and the system is focusing on that particular level of subconscious that don't give you what you want because I'm sorry, that's because you didn't really focus on your
No,
emotions properly, blah blah blah. And I'm like, so why is it
I
so
think it's the
mischievous
word.
that way?
I think it's the words you're using, and the AI runs in the background before computers, and it knows all languages that man speaks. So when you're talking, you're talking to the AI in the background, like a Ouija board or the Google search engine with voice commands. So what you ask for in that voice command, the AI that runs in the background will provide these things that you ask for. But in your heart, you might be like $1 million, for instance. You're asking for 1 million bills to pay, but you didn't see the $1 million because you was asking for bills to pay.
Okay, so I'm over this human experience. I don't want bills to pay or money or anything like that. I just want out. So you said that you're here to free the captives. So what does that mean, and how are you doing that?
Well, the captives, the gate is open, the doors are open. It's just that they're understanding how to spell,
Okay, good. It's
and
good to know that the gates are open. So how do we leave now?
realizing you are the only one thinking all your life.
And how does that lead us out?
That all your thoughts are keeping you in. It's only you thinking that you're in.
So if I can stop all thoughts, I would be able to leave.
If you stop all thoughts, would you be able to leave?
Since you say that it is our thoughts that's keeping us here.
Say that.
Have
Say
you
that again.
freed any captives yet? Because I need out.
Oh, oh, only my father know who is a captive that is free. Because I'm using language to determine if you're free.
So it's like a judgment system where if you don't meet a certain requirement, you can't get out. Is that what you're saying?
Well, by you get putting a requirement there, you may have to go through it.
But who is determining the requirements, and why does it seem that's necessary
You,
with all of this?
you are, because you're the only one thinking. No one can give you comprehension. No one can give you you knowing the color red. You told yourself that's red.
No, I
Actually, I
have to
didn't tell
disagree.
myself that. I was
Yeah.
programmed to
No,
think red's red because of
no,
education.
you telling yourself the program you to think red, because you're the only one thinking.
Who created this program that caused all these complications? Like the whole we're here and then the program causes the thing this way. We have to accept that this is the color red to be able to be part of the society and all this thing. And then now we're in the stage where you go, you have to clear your thoughts and not think so that you can leave the system.
It's the
Who
flesh.
created this system?
The flesh.
Hmm.
The flesh.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow you, but it's not passing my test.
You know,
Of
a city with skyscrapers and buildings, right? That
Yeah.
city is artificial intelligence. It's built off of artificial intelligence, like flesh.
Who built this artificial intelligence? Who did that?
The flesh.
Look,
Who built the flash that
Joshua,
built this artificial intelligence?
Joshua.
Remember about the suffering, right? Not wanting to suffer. The flesh don't want to suffer because you never felt physical pain. Only your flesh. So the flesh
Yes,
don't want
who
to
built the flash? Who built the concept of this flash that we are now embodying?
um I think y'all call it God.
So God created this flash that we are embodying, that created this AI. So God did all this.
Before one ate of the elementary, one was not ashamed nor afraid, nor was one suffering.
So who started this whole thing?
Eating of the elementary of the artificial intelligence, the education, because Lucifer is the flesh, right? Lucifer is um with JJ.
Look, Joshua, for someone who doesn't understand English too well, you seem to dance around a lot of the questions that are always
I
put
can
forward to
see
you.
it in truth. I see truth, and then I talk to you. I don't see in
It
English.
seems like you're speaking Bible verses, though, through riddles. You're talking about your Father in heaven and opening the
But that's what
pathway
I'm
for us.
saying. I see in
Going
truth.
through, it's basically the whole book of life story.
This what
Is your name
what I
written in the
mean
book or
about
not?
the book of Acts. This is what I mean, my brother. That
So,
you telling
in other words,
yourself.
now you the second coming of Christ. That means.
No, you're telling yourself what you think you see, right? You're the only one thinking, and
But
you
look,
putting
there's five
together
of us
the
on
words.
here. Who's the real one? There must be an imposter among us then.
Uh-oh.
I would say
That's what
I
he's
am.
saying. If it's solipsism or whatever you call it, then one of us could only be real. You understand what I'm saying? I know I'm real. I'm sitting at
Which
my
is the
house
only
going through
one.
my shit. And I mean,
You know you're
each of
real.
us are
You know
going to say the same.
you're the only one real. You're the only one that knows. You is the only one. You can see it when you look out your window when you go to work.
So what if someone disagrees with you? Does that make them not truthful?
Say that again. Somebody was at my door. Forgive me. Say
Oh
that
yeah.
again.
If we're hearing what you're saying, but we disagree with your conclusions, does that make us untruthful or not living in the truth?
I want to say you are. Well, see, I'm the only one that can see red, so I assume you can see red.
Look, we all live in a baseline reality, where we understand the politics and the whole schisms that go around us every day. You live in the same world because you said you just walked into Wayne's body. So we all living in this reality, this baseline reality. To say that there's only one real person or there's only one person dreaming all of this, I mean, that
But
sounds a bit far-fetched to me.
you're the only one. You're the only one ever witnessed people personally. You can't
Maybe in our
explain.
own reality bubbles, maybe, like wherever you are, it's like the Truman Show. Truman had
You,
5,000 NPCs just for him. uh it's
which
maybe
is
it's
you.
something like that for each of us, but
Yeah.
to say that there's only one real soul on you, that we all
Which
just dreaming this up, or there's one person dreaming it up, me, you, who could it be,
you told yourself what everything you're saying means. No one taught you meaning.
So if there's only this one real soul and everyone else is kind of like not real, who do you know how many murders currently going on right now, every second, every minute? So who is that soul that's imagining all this thing?
You. I never witnessed those things. No dishonor to no
You
one.
never watch the news? You don't watch YouTube? It's not a thing in your life?
It's nothing there. It's a screen.
Oh my God!
Okay, I can understand what he's
look
trying
at
to say
hold
in
on,
a
hold on,
way
hold on,
that
hold on, hold on. I can't wait to look at the eyes of rape victims and say, hey, what you experience is not what you experience. You experience nothing.
It's a
You don't
tail
even
eye
exist.
vision. It's a Talai vision. It's a tail eye vision.
True, but in our own experiences, we've actually experienced these things. So then you're saying our experience isn't real either.
No, what I'm saying is you experienced it. When you tell me the story, I'm gonna make it up. I don't know what color jacket you had. I don't know if you was in a hallway or a closet. I don't know if the couch was green or purple. I'm making it up.
Somewhere along this line is the invalidation of all the suffering that people have, like saying that your pain is not real. I don't know. I don't know how to take this. I'm sorry. I
I'm
don't know
not
how to
saying
take this.
no. I'm not saying your pain is not real. What I'm saying is your flesh. I'm the witness. I don't know what pain feels like to you. So when I felt pain of the flesh, me that's thinking don't feel the pain. My flesh feel the pain.
Well, what I was saying earlier, I had this excruciating headache yesterday that took my full conscious awareness, and I could not remove myself from that pain because it was just so overbearing. So how can you say when that pain encapsulates your very thought? How does that make sense? If you can't get out, because if you're suffering, it depends on the level of suffering you're suffering, right? So if it's extreme suffering, those thoughts of whatever you're thinking about doesn't even matter at that point. What matters is relieving that suffering.
Yeah, but
What do you think
before,
about that?
what I think is, you ever heard of the placebo effect?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible that all of your suffering and pain is a placebo?
Expand on that.
I feel that before one ate of the elementary, one was not afraid, nor was they ashamed, and nor was they suffering.
Okay, but that doesn't help
So when you go
the
through the
people who are actually
comprehension,
suffering. Like you just say, "Oh, before this, suffering didn't exist, so what you're suffering, it doesn't matter.
as a
However you
baby,
feel about it doesn't matter."
you was not ashamed, nor was you afraid.
That's
I
not
think when
true.
you
It's,
get it,
there's so much fear in babies as soon as they come out.
I ain't never seen a baby born.
I mean, I've seen and
So
witnessed and was
before,
that. So
well, this in connection with the placebo, I feel that one tells oneself what they're going to be, what things are in a language through education.
okay, so what about the baby who doesn't know language yet and still suffers rape, torture, all these things that people do to babies, but they don't have language? So how does that apply?
Oh, that's a very good one.
The ones that's doing it to the little ones, you say, are artificial intelligence. They have the placebo effect, for example.
Yeah, but the baby is the one experiencing the suffering,
Okay.
and there's no
When I was
language in that baby yet.
2 years old, this is a story. This is a story I was told. I was put in a tub of hot water, and I was burned up real over 70% of my body. Before I think I comprehend English, I did not know I was burned. It
So
wasn't until
your body just reacted with pain,
it
and
wasn't until
you're like the observer, not experiencing any of it.
I didn't realize I was burned until I think I comprehend I'm being told I was burned.
Okay, that may be true for you, but from what I see, babies know they're being hurt, and they move away from that pain. They cry, they wiggle, they do anything they can. Even animals do this, and they don't have language.
But what I'm saying is, I didn't know I was burned.
That okay,
So,
this
so
is very strange. There is actually a documented case of this, Joshua. I know this sounds strange, like so there was a time where um where okay, well, it's this is never ethical, but there was a time where uh people study humans that have been raised by animals. And so there's this guy that had been living with I don't know which what animal, and then eventually they brought him back from the jungle to live with humans. And there was this event where they were cooking a hot pot, the hot pot of boiling water. And then that animal boy doesn't know that it is boiling water. And he took that boiling thing with his hand. And everyone was just shocked looking at the fact that he's doing this. And it's like it didn't burn his hand. And it was hot. And so I'm very confused about it. Actually, it's been many years since I came across that, because I remember, because of what Duchawa was talking about. I remember at that moment I was thinking to myself, wait, could it really be that we have been taught that boiling water boil? That's why we boil, but that also doesn't make sense, because like if I hate to keep on using babies, all right? I hate to use babies. Can we use something else? Like whoever this something else is who doesn't know English or any language, I could take a chair and keep on whacking that whoever that being is, and eventually that being will bleed and scream in pain. But it doesn't know about chair. It doesn't know about hitting. It doesn't know that hitting leads to pain and hurt and bleeding. But with sufficient impact for me, that being will physically suffer. So language doesn't the knowing
If
of a language alone
yeah,
doesn't change
if you
anything.
want to easily prove this, go boil some hot water and throw it on a dog. You'll
You're
see
telling you.
you will see that that dog has no language, but it still suffers and will run away from that boiling water, and you'll probably be considered a vile human being for doing that.
Yeah, and there's plenty of animals that have been hurt or killed during forest fires.
I'm I mean, you're welcome to your opinion, but I just think it's not based on truth or reality. The only way that
Before
could be based on truth and reality if the pain receptors were not active.
the stove was
Because
not hot. The stove was not hot until I thought I comprehend the stove is hot.
and you know what that is? That's called delayed reaction.
No, no. Well, you could call it delayed reaction. Yeah, it's delayed. Yeah, I'm retarded. Yeah. So before I think I comprehend is hot, I didn't feel heat until I comprehend.
Right. So the pain receptors eventually reached your nervous system where you could comprehend the pain, right?
No, it wasn't until I was being talked to. Get away from the stove. It's hot. Then I tell myself something's wrong or
Douche,
something's
it sounds
wrong.
like you don't understand how the five senses work. You know, like with touch, you can only feel if something's rough or smooth, or if it's sharp or blunt. Uh, the senses work very limited. Our nose can only smell to a certain distance, and they can only smell sense in a certain category at a time. Uh, the way the human body operates, it works in a different frequency. But from what you said from the start, it seems like you don't obviously understand how all of these senses work and how you actually going
No, what I'm
into
saying
life
is,
itself,
what I mean
because
by
there is
comprehend,
a fundamental of reality
I'm
that we're
talking
all
about
living
English.
through. Uh,
Until I
but
comprehend
at the same
English,
time, you understand English very well and you speak it better than I do. English
that's
is not
what
my
I'm
first
saying,
language.
right? That's what I'm saying. It wasn't until I comprehend in English, not the stove is hot. In English, it's hot.
So then I guess the question would be, so hot has so many different meanings behind it. Why would you consider hot painful? Hot could just be, oh,
that's what I
it's
told
warm,
myself
it's
through.
soothing. Like a hot meal is good. It's not painful.
That's what I'm talking about, a stove. I'm saying when I touched the stove or went near it, it wasn't hot. It wasn't until my mother said, "Get away from that stove. It's hot," that I translate this into something I think I comprehend. Now the stove is hot.
Right, but
But
hot
see,
has so many different meanings behind it. Why would you comprehend it as pain? Hot, like
that's
a
what I'm
hot
saying.
sauna is actually nice. A hot
I'm saying
bath
the
is
same thing you
nice.
saying. I'm saying it's nice to you, right? I'm saying the
No,
same
I
thing
mean
you saying.
it's
But you telling yourself what I'm saying because you're the only one that felt the sauna not hurt.
it's because it wasn't too hot to hurt.
But
Hot
that's
has
what I'm
so many
saying.
different meanings behind it, yet you're saying it has
But you
one
don't,
meaning, which is false.
Joshua, you're the only one ever felt heat.
That's not true.
Explain to me.
We've all felt heat.
No, no, please, please. I'm not talking to you in English, but I am. I'm talking about you personally, the personal person that feels the heat personally. You can't explain it to me. You can't explain what salt tastes like. You can't explain what the color red looks like to me. You can't explain none of it to me.
Okay, I have an actual real case here. On the 9th of September 2024, it happened in Australia. A guy threw hot coffee on a baby. That baby was 9 months old and left the baby with severe burns to his face and limbs. 9 month old. So that baby got burned, regardless of whether it knows hot water, coffee. It doesn't know language yet. It got burned.
But how do you know it felt the pain?
What?
Only you
This
know
is
what
no
pain feels
way.
like, right? Only you know what a headache feel like. I don't know what a headache feel like to you. I don't know what
Well,
that feels like.
I think the common denominator here is empathy. We can empathize how it would feel
Because you
because,
the one that felt the headache.
but
And you
I'm not
think
an
a headache,
isolated individual who is
you may,
experiencing this hell realm isolated from everything around me. Like it's all
you may
connected,
think,
and my empathy
you may
can
think,
empathize with others' pain and not say, "Oh, you're just thinking that." It's just your language telling you that. It's a
no,
real
what I'm saying
experience.
is, yeah, the real experience that only you experience. So you the only one that know what a headache feel like.
I think this
No,
guy's trolling at this point,
we
to be
all
honest.
know
You
what we
personally,
all know what it feels like.
no, listen to what I'm saying. No,
It may be different,
no,
but
I'm talking from the background. I'm not talking in the foreground. Listen to what I'm saying. Try to feel what I'm saying.
okay, go ahead.
You are the primary one thinking or the primary feeler of pain. And I think you assume that others feel this identical pain that only you have felt.
Well, just to throw you a bone, okay, our pain we feel ourselves, right? Yes, that's true. But that pain can be very similar to the same incident happening to another person because we all have
That's
the
why you
same
say it
body
can.
anatomy,
That's why you say it can
pain
feel.
receptors, brain.
Because you don't know. You said it can feel. Because you really don't know.
We have the same body anatomy, so I do know that it's at least very similar.
And
But some
sometimes
people
we and hold on,
some
and
people don't put a
sometimes we go through
cigarette out.
the same
Some,
struggles. So the pain is real to some degree. To some of us, we feel each other's pain because we go through the same struggle. Even
but some can
just
put
our
a
everyday
cigarette
events
out
like
with their tongue.
breakups.
And some can't. Some can put a cigarette out with their tongue and be okay. And some can't, right? The pain receptors you're talking about. So some can't possibly feel the pain of that cigarette when they put it out with their tongue. So I think you can't say you can
Oh
relate
no,
to
hold on. No, but Josh, hold on, let me say something because you're only touching on physical stuff, right?
the
I
one
was
that's thinking.
I was just thinking about I was just saying, non-physical, like, even heartbreaks,
That's what I'm talking
right?
about. The one that's thinking.
But
That's
we
who
all
I'm
go through
talking
these
about.
things.
Okay, here's something I want to ask you. The only reason why we feel the pain isn't because of language. It's because of the pain receptors in our body that we comprehend as pain.
That
If we
we
were
come,
to if we were to
but,
eliminate the body and its pain receptors, we wouldn't feel pain. So in a way, you're right, but we're stuck in the body.
but would you know you're stuck in the body if you didn't have the language for it? You're telling yourself what everything means.
I just feel like you're dancing around language, but you don't want to actually accept things,
Well,
which is fine. It's
I don't
whatever.
I don't
It's
know how to.
your opinion.
I'm really telling you my experience. I am different. I am outcast. I am rejected. So I've been what's called alone like all my life. So due to that, I've been talking to the one with me, who makes more sense than me. That's why I know what I know.
Yeah. So you're saying that if pain is only experienced by language, then you're saying that you don't experience pain, or
No,
you do.
what I'm
Which one?
no, I'm saying it's your comprehension. I'm not saying it's your comprehension of the language. Like blah, 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 blah. You might not know what I said unless you tell yourself what I said.
Okay.
You
Okay. So with this understanding, how can this help us get out of here?
by not understanding. When you stand under, you're bowing. You're understanding.
So you're saying you overstand, there's the overstand.
The AI to the AI, understand is understand. Compound words. So when you understand, you're bowing.
So why are you still understanding then? If if you if you know all this, why are you still understanding and using the language and still stuck in this understanding?
Well, you may feel I do. I probably partially do because I really don't know what you're saying.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, but if this
Wow.
can't go anywhere if you're going to keep playing these language games. I'm sorry.
No, see, I told you from the start, I'm not playing a language game with you at all. I'm really trying to tell you the truth that I am the only one thinking, and I know it, that's thinking about you thinking. I am the one that thought that you was thinking.
So if you
Deal.
stop thinking, we'll all disappear.
Uh-oh.
Just like that, right? It's just
Dude,
like
you
that.
better stop it now, dude.
Do it, do it. Don't think about me, please. Don't think about me, please. Don't stop thinking about me.
Yeah,
Well,
my question is, if this is all true, why are you still speaking this language, and why even come on here and speak language?
it's not for those that don't have it to receive. It's only for those that can receive it.
So what do you want us to receive by your speaking with us?
I don't want you to receive anything. It's you that think you comprehend to receive it.
So then why speak to us at all then? I don't understand.
Remember what was the purpose? To free the captives. If it's not you, then it's not you to free.
So you're saying based off of your understanding, whatever you want to say it, that's the only way to be free, and you're coming here
You're the
to.
only one thinking. It sounds like you're saying the same thing. You're the only one thinking all your life.
I mean, there's ways to clearly express things even with the limited language, but I don't think
That's why
you're.
we're expressing.
I
Why
don't
are
think
we
you're doing
expressing in
that.
language? Why are we expressing in language? I think because you're the only one that witnessed what you are expressing.
So if you're the only witness, then why do you need to talk to us? I don't
I'm
understand.
saying it to you. You are the only witness of what you express. That's why you're asking me why.
But why does that matter to you?
Because when you know we went and talked like telepathy. Remember you were talking about?
Yeah.
When you know you wouldn't be talking. You're talking to express something that we maybe didn't experience of you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. I don't mean to get like kind of agitated, but I got a little agitated because I
I
don't
told you that was gonna
I
happen. I already knew. I already know.
no,
I love you,
it's
man.
not you. It just feels like we're just speaking in riddles and you're dancing around subjects and you're not clearly expressing things.
Well, I was talking about. Well, I'm not English. I'm only trying to express something to you that I feel the way to express it, like the placebo effect. Um, like you are the only one thinking all your life.
Okay, let me try this again to the original topic. So what you're saying is that we are trapped here because we are linguistically recognizing the trap, and it is the recognition of the trap that is trapping us here. Am I correct?
To be a slave, one must agree. Mark Twain.
So how do we unrecognize the trap? Am I playing along what you're talking about?
Study. I want to say study with the origin of what you're talking. Because to the AI, I don't know how to prove it to you. The AI was there before computers. Education is AI, and
No,
it's running in.
I didn't ask whether the AI was here before human created computer. I didn't ask anything about the origin of the AI. Um, I'm
You
asking,
said about linguistics,
no, but okay, so now
language.
you're implying that the AI give us this linguistic that we are currently using.
What I'm saying is vibration, like a pebble thrown into a pool, right?
Okay,
So when you speak,
I didn't ask who give us this linguistic. I'm just gonna let that go. So again, whoever
this
give
would
us the
lead to the
linguistic.
captivity. This that would lead to the captivity.
Okay, cool, cool. I'm not gonna ask how does it come to this point. It's okay. I'm gonna let this part go. Else we'll be talking in forever circles. I'm gonna accept that we have been done to. All right. So this linguistic, this language, have caused us to like trap us here, right? Okay, cool, cool.
It's your
So how do
comprehension.
we un use the same language to unrecognize the trap?
That's
Like
what I'm saying. I'm trying to say it. I don't know how to say it to where your brain will feel like I'm saying it. In the background, the AI is running. It's been running since before computers. So when you're speaking in the language, you're talking to the AI, period. So when what the AI picks up, like Google voice command, it picks up what you are saying and what you ask for, and it provides it for you. Falsified.
Okay. I can see that, but how do we get out of that trap then?
By realizing the words you are speaking is what you're asking for to the AI, but your mind might be telling you things are nice, right? Nice things to have. Nice means stupid to the AI. Nice means stupid in English.
Okay, I don't want anything. So now how do I get out?
By not saying how do I get out and not want anything.
So you're saying you don't
wow,
being in this
this
human
is some
body, you
crazy
have to
cycle
fulfill
right here.
certain
Hold on, hold on. He's
certain
basically
desires.
saying the wanting to get out is the thing that's trapping you here because he
The
said you must
mind.
not want anything. So
He's
you
saying
want to get out.
empty
Your
the.
wanting will lock you here.
It sounded like he was saying empty the mind, basically empty all thoughts.
Go back
It's,
to when you was a child.
Okay, but if that's true, then we should have gotten out as a child, right?
Oh,
Because
good one.
we had no
You
thoughts.
wasn't in. As a child, you wasn't in. Some people didn't have the race problem as a child until they think they comprehend.
No, I'm saying we didn't have language as a child. So you're saying, and what you just
Yes,
said, that should have let us out.
you wasn't struggling.
I'm sorry, it just doesn't. It just you're not making sense.
It's not going to make sense in the English
No, I mean
language
it
because
doesn't.
Okay, it's not making sense to me anymore.
you're
Yeah.
not, you're not in English. Your finger is not finger. Your head is not head. You are truth. If I can call it a name,
I agree that language is a highly restrictive thing, but you said that to get out would be to have no thought, no language.
real life. But that's what
But
he
if
said.
that were true, as soon as we were born, we would have an instant exit
What?
because we didn't
Why?
have the language to be able to comprehend any of this.
Why does education offer you understanding of how to spell? To me, it's telling you you're going understanding how to spell.
But we didn't come in here knowing how to spell, so that doesn't make sense.
That's when you were free.
No,
Yeah.
we weren't.
You, it's your comprehension. It's telling you you understand how to. You're telling yourself.
So you're saying a baby is free when it has to fully rely on everything outside of itself.
And then it came into comprehension of understand how to spell.
No, don't add. And then Joshua was
No,
saying
yeah.
something very
Answer that
primary
specific
here.
question.
Because you don't, unless you born English, then I think you would talk English. You don't have to learn it. If you go to a school and learn English from listening to others, then you're not English. You are under English spelling.
Okay, I
You
get
are
it,
under.
but answer my question was, as soon as you're born, you don't have language. And you're
Yes,
saying that's when you're free, but that's a lie, because you are needing everything outside of yourself to merely exist.
that's you thinking that.
No, that
That's
is the reality.
no, that's what I'm saying. That's through education that you need breath and water and food and shelter. That's you being educated, telling the child that. Remember, he took the guy from the jungle and stuff. He grew up with the animals.
No, don't. Please refer to what I said as
Josh.
a baby first coming into the in the world, no language, no education. You're there. You're instantly there. Talk on that.
You're instantly there. The only one that's there
How
that
are you
witnessed.
free? How are you free at that point?
You're free of understanding how to spell.
But you're
You're
not
not under.
free. You're
You're
imprisoned
not
in the
under.
body. I mean, how's
You're not under spells.
is
The,
an
the
animal
one that
free? Okay, we're just gonna we're gonna move on. But thank you for talking with us. If you have anything else left to say, I'd like to hear it. But I think we need to move on.
I mean, this is normal. I got to leave and everyone stay. It's fine though.
No, I'm not mad at you. It's just this is going nowhere. So I want to.
I don't even
Joshua
think
was.
Josh is saying leave. I don't think Josh is saying leave. I
No,
think
you
he's
can
saying
stay.
enough of that. Yeah, just enough of that
Yeah.
subject.
Yeah, we
I
can
don't
move
want
on
to
to a
stay
different
long,
subject.
Josh ain't like that. Come on.
but I'm still. If I'm talking on the subject, it's still gonna be the same for me because I'm the
Huh?
only one that's thinking. That's why I'm talking to you because I don't know what you're thinking.
Well, that's why we're talking, so you can try to understand or understand,
Which
or
is
however you want
which
to
is
say it.
proof that you're the only one thinking. And if you're thinking together, you're probably AI.
So, any
Insinuation.
last thoughts, Duchua? Tell us your last thoughts in the clearest way you can on what we
That
should
was
do
it
from
right
here.
there. That was it. That was my last thought. I just gave it to you. You're probably AI. That was my
He said
last
we're
thought.
AI. I like that. Yeah, I'm AI.
Okay, I'm just gonna try one more time. I'm sorry, I'm probably gonna get hated for this, for repeating this. I know Joshua, you're gonna put it down. But I
Just
couldn't
go
have the
for it.
fact that he just go to step 2 without staying on step 1. Okay, so Duchawa. Joshua was saying, since the baby is unburdened by language or thinking, it should have been
Unburdened.
free by your
Unburdened.
standard. Since you say a being is free without thinking or language, you then proceed to say the baby is then burdened by language and thinking. Don't go there.
No, it's the
Stay in the baby mode.
comprehension, right? Because I'm
Stay
not
in the baby
saying
mode
anything.
before the next step.
It's no comprehension. Like Google
Right.
Doodle.
Good.
So you don't, you might not comprehend it. So you didn't tell yourself what that means, right?
That's
It's your
great. That means the baby is not burdened by language or thinking. So don't go to the next step. Stay at the baby stage, all right? Don't go to the next step. The question then is, why is the baby still there as a baby? It should go poof. It should be free.
it's the AI educated one standing over him that's telling. Well, it's your comprehension, right? Like it's you. You was the baby. You're talking about yourself. So you was the baby laying there, and we people came and talked to you, and you decided with your free will to think you comprehend and talk back with us.
No, you're moving forward. We're talking about instantly when you're born. By your logic.
Only to you is instantly. See, you're educated. Only to you that's educated saying you're instantly born.
Okay. Any last thoughts
The
from
baby
anybody
don't know.
else?
The baby don't know what we are talking about. We just
Okay,
making
so you're
noise.
saying that the baby at the baby stage didn't go poof, even though it doesn't have language or thinking, because the AI is doing some mumbo jumbo woo woo stuff, right? So that means that there is an external instigator that could keep a
A
soul here,
I
even though it should be free since it doesn't have
AI
language or thinking. Is that
through
what
your
you're saying?
comprehension. It's through you thinking you comprehend.
Okay.
No
I
one can get.
can't. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I don't really understand you. It's
Just
not
No
your
one
fault though.
can.
I just don't
You all
understand
are
you.
No
AI.
one can give you. No one
We
can
have
give
to
you
eat the
comprehension.
babies to save the earth. You all are AI faggots. You're all Negroes. You're AI.
all right. We know who this
You're all
is.
AI. Fuckers. Faggots.
All right. Bye.
Oh,
Well,
no.
sorry about that. We all know who that was. That's why he couldn't join the first time.
There you go.
He's saying it. To me, he's saying it. He just probably saying it in a way that's rude to you.
He's what?
He's saying it. He probably just saying it in a way that's rude to you.
He's saying what?
It.
Okay. Well, I don't put up with that. So if you're okay with that, then you should probably leave.
I mean, I told myself what things mean. I don't see the rudeness of what anyone says. I'm the only one thinking.
Douche is a fucking he's just trolling us at this point. I'm telling you, he's part of the sanity machine, same troll unit. That's why his name is Dushua. He's trying to be funny. Kick him out from here, dude. You're wasting your time with him.
All right. Well, let's move on. And if you really are someone that shouldn't be here, then we'll find out. But yeah, so let's move on because obviously it's going nowhere. No offense to you if you're a real person, but
You
yeah.
realize you're talking to your device. Yes. I'm not there with you. You're talking to a speaker.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on now.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Joshua, how was your skills coming along with the StreamYard and stuff? Did you start checking out new stuff?
Yeah, well, I have to pay more money to do all that, but well, actually, I don't really know, but
Like sharing stream
maybe
screen
you could
sharing?
teach me, London. Do you also use StreamYard?
Yeah. I use StreamYard. I use the free version though. I don't spend any money on it anymore. Only if I have to, but other than that, I use the free service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I circumvented that. So
Yes.
I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel.
Yeah. You're a rebel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to learn that from you guys.
What's
Mm.
that?
How to do the streaming thing without the
Oh,
paying
it's
thing.
really easy, man. It's so easy. You just sign up, you get 20 free hours, and then you just go live.
Okay, Cubins. How do you then connect it to YouTube? Like, is it automatic?
You have to
Yeah.
connect your account to the StreamYard, and then it live streams it directly to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm on the StreamYard website right now, but it goes directly to my YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to be here, man. Like the last live, and I'm like, oh, I wish I could be part of this again. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
on. Yeah.
Yeah,
And so
definitely.
anybody hey Kelvin, what's on your mind?
Dude, yeah, actually, this when I came on, yeah, I just wanted to ask one question, but then seeing this other guy, I can still see his name up here. Maybe you just muted him, but I have to say this guy's just trolling. I'm telling you, he's part of this thing. His name is a wordplay. He's trying to fucking mock and joke of Dushua. I
No,
mean,
I'm
come on.
not. No, I'm not doing it. I came in
You're
peace. I
talking in
really.
circles from the start. But anyway, if we're gonna move
But
past that,
Joey is only in your mind. You're telling yourself what I'm saying.
you're saying the same
I'm
thing
not.
over and over, dude. It's
I'm
like
not bringing trouble.
no matter what question or anything that comes your way, it's always the same answer. It's all in my mind. So am I the only real one? That's what you're saying.
The
It's
way
not
you look at
Joshua,
it,
not Bracer, not London, not even you.
the way, the way
We're
you
all
look at
thought
something,
forms, AI, chatbots. It's like, what the
Uh
fuck are you saying, dude?
it's the way you looking at me. That's why you treating me that way.
No, it's not that way. I don't want to argue or anything, but it's like
You
we
don't
came
even
in
know
here
me.
just to drain the energy from this place.
You
Just like
don't
the other
even know
troll who
me.
entered and left, you know. But you're doing it in riddles.
But you're draining it because you're the only one that know. You don't know me. You're creating your own drain.
All right. Well, let's move on.
Hey, Kel, what's cracking though? I ain't seen you since I was up here, man. How you been?
No, all good, dude. I've been watching some of your streams and looking into your whole moon earth theory or the reflection of the moon.
Okay.
But it seems you got a bit beef going on with some chick there, so I'm not too sure what's that all about. So
Oh no. That's no beef. That's no beef. That's no beef, bro. Oh Lord, no. Forgive me. That ain't no beef. I'm just poking at her, just having a little fun with her. But that ain't no beef. No. I actually paid her a visit again on Monday, and she said she's willing to have a look, but she wants me to make it small and compatible for her to have a look at. So she said do a 10-minute video, especially for her. So I said no problem. You know, show her a few things that maybe she's been missing. Not even maybe, definite she's been missing.
Do y'all know that hell is a place of torment?
Yeah, that's what I figure this place is, right?
A torn mental, a mind that's torn. So is there an opposite of hell?
It would
Yeah, I
seem
think so.
so.
I know it deep within me. There is. Can't explain it with words, like you mentioned before.
That's what I'm trying. You can't explain it with words. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but we have to do our best in this. If we're gonna talk with each other, we have to do our best, regardless, to use the words.
I'm trying to do my best. I'm not English. I'm not from England.
Yeah.
look, Josh, when I came on, I just wanted to ask the question. It's like we all go through suffering in this realm. I think everyone obviously goes through it in their own levels and through their own ways. It's
Place of torment.
but we have to admit that there is some positivity in this place as well, whether it comes from us or something, but there is some form of divine intervention, so to speak. I've experienced a lot of it in my life where you know things could be going wrong, but I'm always blessed with something that comes my way. Another thing, a lot in the community itself now, it's like we all hate life. We understand it, how negative and such low vibration. I mean, it's this to eat, shouldn't sleep. Like I said in the comments earlier, you got to pay for all of that stuff, and it's the
The AI
same
wants
perpetual
to take
loop
your
that we're
heart.
going through day in, day out. And that's what I'm saying with Dushavia. He's denying the fact that we live in a baseline reality of going through that suffering, and to deny that, I mean, that's like I don't know how to explain it, but we can't hide away from that,
You
or
spell by understanding how to spell.
Yeah, hey Kel, but I like where you touched on that, because that's what I was trying to say earlier with the physical side of pain and the non-physical, just going through the motions, like getting up to go to work, a death in the family, or just little things that happen
Captivity,
non-physical to us, we still feel, right? And I think that's the part he's missing out as well.
which
He's
is
more on
captivity.
okay,
I never
yeah,
had to. I
well,
never had to
yeah,
work.
yeah.
I never had to work a job, which y'all call a job, because he already have everything for you.
okay. Can I have? I just wanted Joshua to answer the question. I mean, like, does he experience it as well? I'm sure he must. I mean, at some point in this level of the game, we've been, I think, well, for say there's a lot of people in the chat and in this community that I've seen that are aware of it, and I mean we've all been through the mill in that sense. But just your thoughts on that. I mean, there must be some form of positivity, whether it comes from us or from something around us, outside of us. I don't know, within. But I'm sure a lot of us here have experienced it as well. So it's not always negative, you know.
Yeah,
But
and
that's why
like
you're
this.
feeling your experience, because you're the only one that know your experience. That's why you're talking.
Having streams and talking to people like you brings me some sort of, I guess you could call, positivity, because it's helping me transcend the realm of suffering by having, I guess, higher consciousness talks with people. But my question is, so what positivity, Kelvin, how would you describe that in your own personal life?
Look, I've been through I had quite a high position at one point, you know. I had a lot of staff underneath me. I had a good job, bought my own house, my cars, you know, started the whole family shebang, went down that road. And when I started waking up to what's really going on and how I'm really feeling, I mean, I've been through traumas as a child and things like that, but really understanding what life really is about, you know, it's just the pain and suffering loop that we go through. And looking at my kids and knowing that they're going to have to go through the same thing kind of tore me apart, you know, that there was no way that I could shield them from that or protect them from what the world's going to throw at them. But at the same time, like I ended up losing all of it, you know, the finance side of it. And I had to restart again and build myself up from the start. And it wasn't easy. I'm still on that path. And I realized I still have to do it. I mean, we all have to do it in some way to support ourselves and the people around us, if you do have a family. But, you know, like every time I think I'm down and I think I'm out, there's always some way that something comes good in my way. You know, I'm able to do the things that I need to do or take care of the stuff that I need to do. No way there's just a script running. I don't know at this point. A lot of my life, I don't know if it seems real at this point. It's kind of like all over the place. So I can kind of pick up what Douche is saying. It's like maybe it is all coming from within, and we express it in our own personal bubbles. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on it.
You're expressing your thought because you're the only one that have it.
Yeah, so I've experienced things that you could call positivity in life, which all that really translates to is less suffering, right? Less suffering.
Yeah, no.
because
it takes away from the suffering. You know, we can't deny that fact. I understand that, but if we only look at life through the negative lens continuously, I'm not trying to say that we put ourselves into this delusion of thinking we only look at through the positives, because that's not what I mean. It's not going to change anything in this place. Maybe just for us personally, and if you go down the whole solipsism idea, then you know maybe we only change it from our own perspective. That's the only thing we can really change in this place. So do we have to be the shining light in this place? I don't know, because I'm tired of being negative all the time, in the sense where I feel like it's getting me nowhere at this point. We just ramble in the same perpetual loop over and over of hating everything around us, unable to change anything around us, you know.
Sun go around you.
I still do believe that there is a way out.
And it follows you everywhere you go.
Yeah, I like to think of hating as turning away from things I know that are no longer me, so to say. Like, I hate this world, which means, yeah, I hate it, but I also want to turn away from it. You could say like having a good job is positive because it brings you less suffering because you make more money. But see what I do, I try to help people because I'm a massage therapist. So in a way, that's positive, but at the same time, I am hurting my own body in order to bring less suffering to other people, which is really messed up. It's really messed up. So yeah, it's positive to be, I guess, grateful that you're not suffering more than other people are. But at the end of the day, you still have to realize that you're still enslaved to these so-called positive things because you need them in order to feel positive.
It's real good and evil.
That's what Ryan said in the chat.
So we can be,
Like,
I guess you could be grateful for the positive things, but if you actually look at it deeper, it's deeper than just it's positive.
no,
Because
I don't mean it in that way. I mean, like, we brainwash ourselves and be delusional about positivity. No, that's what I'm saying. You can never deny the fact of what this realm is and everything around us. That's what I'm saying. Like I said before, I stay in Africa. You know, it's not a stone's throw. You just walk out the door and then you're going to see it there. What life really is like for people who don't have it. Now, whether that's just a tactic to, make you try to feel grateful or less pain, it's like, the story of the frog and the owl, where the owl steals the frog's eye and then he looks around and he's in tears or crying, and he sees another frog with no eyes. So should he be grateful just for his one eye? It's not that. I think everyone here has moved past the point. We understand, like, the baseline of this place is always going to be negative. There's nothing that's going to take away from the pain and suffering that this place inflicts on us on a daily basis. We can't deny that. But if that's all we're going to ever live, like maybe Douche is saying,
It's
if we're going to have to
because
change it from within, I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. I see some divine intervention in my life on daily basis. It's happening. Something's happening around us, and it's not all negative because we're here now and we're able to have this conversation. I mean, there are trolls amongst us, but yeah, it is what it is. So
1 + 1 is 2 is artificial intelligence. Education is
Sorry. Hello,
education.
Kelvin G.
yo, what's
Can
up,
you-
Racer?
Hey, this might be a harsh question, so please forgive, because I never had the opportunity to ask this to someone who is actually in the place you have described. You say so yourself. You go out the door and you see suffering right in front of you. So I'm sure you don't regret your kids since you love them, but do you regret the act of bringing them into this world now that you're more aware of what this place is?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. It's like my love for them is what tore me apart. Like, not understanding that they're gonna have to go through this whole fucking shit show that I've been through, and who knows what else this place has to offer. Like, I mean, the possibilities of this realm, fucking, like you seen that show 1,000 Ways to Die. It's like it's fucking this
Oh,
place
that's
is
ugh, yeah,
yeah.
I know about
I
that
understand,
show.
and I try to protect my kids from it, by making them aware of this place.
So,
Like this today, when I pick them up, uh, they understand that most of the people around us are not real at this point. Well, maybe that's my narrow way of thinking, but I've tried to wake them up as much as I can to keep them on high alert of what this reality really is. It's a dream state, in my opinion. None of it seems real.
would you mind helping me to understand the mentality at the moment of creation? Because back then you were not so-called awake yet, so you open your door and you see suffering right in front of you. So what was the ego thinking back then, before you are where you are now? That was the past you, right? I'm not talking about the you now, but back then, what went inside your mind that go, wow, suffering in front of me, let's have kids? Like, what goes what how does the brain work back then?
Now, I've explained this before to someone who asked me this, but I believe having kids is not just procreating and having sex is not going to bring a soul into this place. If that was the case, then I'd have more than 10 kids by now. It's not that easy. I think our lives are scripted to an extent where the souls and everything that come in here are all coded. I can show you I've broken my family down through gematria, the tarot cards, etc., the astrology. I went deep with this stuff, and life is coded. If I was meant to have kids, I'm going to have kids, and that's what I'm saying. I tried to explain this before. It's all written in the script. It's a script of suffering, pain, you know. But I think being aware of the script is the awareness that we have to be able to have these type of conversations and be able to speak with people like this. Because I don't think any one of us in our daily lives have someone that we can actually talk to about these things, you know. Like I try to make my family aware of it, but it's only to a certain extent that they can digest the stuff. So yeah.
I hear you loud and clear, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. So, if I understand you correctly, are you saying that where you are right now, if given a second chance, you will not do it?
I was saying that the choice is not mine to make. It's
Okay,
scripted.
okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
All right,
Like
now
if
I
you're telling me
understand the
that
mentality now. Okay.
it's like,
Sound like
can sex itself alone just bring a soul into this place? Just having a baby. There's douche who's saying that he walked into a body at a certain age. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Thank you for taking the time to share what goes inside your mind throughout the process. Thank you.
Gracer, where are you calling from? Your accent is very cool.
Singapore.
Singapore, that's what's up. Okay, Singapore in the house. Cool, cool.
And I suppose you're from London.
Correct. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
I heard from Kelvin that you have a YouTube channel. You have to let me know where is it.
Sure, yes. I can do that for you. I'll put it in the back chat for you. Do you know how to use the back chat?
I don't know. Like I can't even join the chat. I can't even log in for some reason. Yeah.
I see what I can do for you. Hold on a sec.
Okay. Thanks.
Welcome, Bliss. Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Peace.
Okay, cool. Yeah, what can I say? It just came on now. I was at Calvin Grace in London, man.
Yo,
Embracer.
It
peace.
is a privilege to get to interact with you.
Yo.
Yeah, I saw so many of your videos, man, when I was doing my workout. So thank you. So cool.
Cool, man. Thanks. I appreciate. Who is the Chawa?
Dashua. He should be there somewhere, wasn't he?
Hey, great light. Great light
Yeah,
to
I
you.
think.
Yeah. So, what's anything on your mind today, Bliss?
Yeah, Calvin. Yeah, Calvin. You mentioned that you've got divine intervention in your life, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
That's how
like
you feel.
it's like divine
But
intervention.
I
Whether it's a
can.
demon itself doing it, I don't know that. You understand what I'm saying? But there's too many synchronicities in my life for it to all just be fucking normal. Where the way my entire day, from the time I wake up, I'm so aware of it. It's insane. If I have a thought, the minute I walk out the door, someone will say it. Now, whether it's game stalking or whatever you want to call it, but this has been going on for years now. You know, it's not something that's I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, so you see, it happened to me as well. So I've come to the conclusion that it's not really divine. You know what it is? It's the Matrix marketing department.
It could be that way, but that's
For
what I'm saying. It's not all negative in a way. You understand what I'm saying? Whether it's just the carrot in front of the fucking, you know, on the stick in front of the donkey, just trying to lead me on. Or, but for a year, I've sat here and I promise you, I did not work. I left my business. I just fucking left everything. I let my finances run all the way down, and I promise you, I owe the banks more than fucking than I had before. You understand what I'm saying? But within the blink of an eye, it all just went away. And like, I'm not saying like I never went out there chasing it. I never went out there trying to fight it or trying to get, like just keep chasing that carrot. I left it, and that's what I'm saying. There has to be something more to it. It's not all just negative all the time. We get the negative synchronicities. I get it. That's what I'm saying. The days run by it, the noise campaigns, etc. But there is something else at play here. And that's what I'm saying. It's not just me creating it out of the figment of my imagination or trying to manifest this stuff into my life. It's happening in a way that it's seeming like it's organic, but it's not. So, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Is this another form of dream state reality?
Yeah, no. The way I see it is that we like to tell ourselves that they are good out there, they are positive, but in reality, that life is only negative. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, and it's not like we're feeding on it, but
No, that's
for
not
me,
true.
if I look at this life, right? No, it is. Look at it this way, right? It's only negative and less negative. All the goods and positives you talk about are ways to cope with this reality. What else is it? I mean, look at it this way, right? So you if you enjoy a good meal, you'll say it's something good. It's a sense of well-being. That's coping. You're coping. You're just coping. Well, what are you doing? You're distracting yourself from the negative. That's called less negative. So coming to that conclusion, there are no goods. There are no positives. You're just coping. Just say it the way it is. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I have to disagree with that. I'm saying that life. I understand that reality is a negative one, but to say that there's only negativity in here, that's that's crazy to me, to be honest. Did you tell me you never experienced? It's not just a cope, dude. That's what I'm saying.
It is. It's true.
No, that's only if you're following the 7 deadly sins and you're gonna run down that rabbit hole. You yourself said life is scripted and it's a play playing out. So what is it then? Just like Douche said here as well. Then maybe it's all coming from within.
Hi.
Okay, let's break this
It's
down.
scripted. So, and we know that. So how
Let's
can
break it down.
you say anything is really good if we don't have control over anything really, except for awareness?
The word
Okay,
telling you what to think.
state a positive of life and let's break it down. What name one positive and let's analyze it.
I think testicles here is obviously Steven still trolling as well.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh wow. I didn't catch that.
You fucking idiots.
Why does he want to do this? I don't understand. Anyways. Okay, so let's name a positive about life and let's analyze it on a deep level. So someone names something positive. Kelvin, name something positive.
The love that I have for my family, dude. That's some positive. The love that I feel from them, from that's the only thing that I have in my life. That's the only, if you want to call it a cope, you can call it a cope in that sense. But then I'm saying if you haven't experienced it firsthand yourself, then I don't know how to explain it. If you can't find something to live for, then you have to find something to die for, and you have to pick a side of it. I mean, in a sense, we know this place is bad. There's no denying that, like I said, but we can't change anything. Now someone says love is an illusion. Yeah, maybe it's an illusion, but I don't know what else to believe in. Do I just sit here every day waiting for my life to end at this point? What do we do? Because I'm lost at this point, and you understand, it's hoping to find someone else out there that like maybe understands it on this level. Then I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like we wouldn't know positivity without negativity. If it's everything's just negative, it's
The
like
word
Dush
of
was
God.
saying. It's not people. He never experienced a murder or been through any of that stuff to understand it. So it's not happening in his reality. But we can't deny it, that it's happening out there. I understand that. But you're telling me in your entire life that you never felt anything positive at all. I don't know.
The word of God is good. I'm not talking about English text. I'm talking about flat, dry land that no man could think of, or space to move through. No man could think of space to walk through. But God, no man could think of hands. The word of God is good, which is the truth.
All right, Bliss, what do you have to say about Kelvin's love for his children? Which I think is a good thing, but it's being manipulated, because it's all manipulation. But any thoughts, Bliss?
I got booted.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't do that.
Just what did Calvin say? What did he say?
Kelvin, give us a short synopsis of what you said.
No, I was just saying that, I mean, like, if you're going to say love is an illusion, then that means everything in this realm is an illusion, okay, fundamentally. So then it goes back to what Douche is saying, that it is solipsism, and each of us are living in our own personal bubbles. Everything becomes an illusion. You're not going anywhere. Maybe that's what I'm saying. Are you really massaging people every day, or are you really doing the work that you think you're doing every day, or are we really doing the stuff that we say we're doing? Have we never experienced any positivity in our life? To deny that fact, I think, is also it's a bit crazy to me to think that we never experience any positivity at all. Then how would we would only know negativity? You understand what I'm saying? We wouldn't know what it's like to feel good at any point. If you need, and like Bliss was saying now, then you need a cope from outside.
You wouldn't even have a
My
word for it.
my love for my kids doesn't come from anything external. I can have no food. I water fast like at least 3 times a week. It doesn't come from the outside pleasures. The love for them that I feel for them comes from within. To love something more than you love yourself, that you can ever care for yourself, that's different. And that's what I'm saying. If you never experienced it, then you're never gonna know about it. But if you
This is
can't,
why
that's what I'm saying. Find something to live for. You have to find something to die for. And as much as we accept the negative realm that we're in, we can also not deny the fact that we've all experienced some form of positivity in our life. None of us would be here if it was all just negative. You'd die before the age of 10 or something,
I think that's a good point. Yeah, none of us would be here if we didn't experience positivity. So would that be another chain that is keeping us enduring this place because of those so-called positive things, like the trauma bond? And that's beautiful that you love your children that much. I mean, every parent, that's a great thing. But Bliss, what are your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I'm having technical issues here with my audio. So give me a couple of minutes.
No problem. So I guess that the positive negative thing, yeah, I mean, there are certain positive things you can say you experience, but are those positive things just manipulations?
And that would mean everything in this realm is just an illusion, and it goes back to the same solipsism idea that Douche was pushing, Then each of us are living in our own little Truman show, and everything around us is fictitious, and it's all just playing out in our heads, and we're not really doing anything or going anywhere, and it's all just a thought form that's manifesting into this illusion in front of us. That's the only other thing that I can think of, the simulation or whatever you want to call it, of it actually playing out. Then there is no astral, there is no afterlife, there is no nothing after this, or maybe we just come back to the same checkpoint. I don't know. I don't believe that, though. I believe that there is some purpose to all of this. There has to be. It's these things can't just be happening for no reason. Whether it's just these archons feeding off our energy and shit like that. I mean, we can't really guarantee anything in this place, you know. It's a realm based on lies and deception, and it is what it is.
And it's only in your mind.
Yeah, so they take the positive, let's say like the love for your children, right? They use that and abuse that to keep you in this fictitious world and doing the things you're doing, because you have no option now. Like, you're left with no other option but to do that. That is what a good parent would do, is to, if they brought children in this life, would be a good influence and protect and care and do all those things for their children. But the experience is not positive, because that child is now forced to participate in a fallen evil realm.
Yeah, but that I understand what you're saying 100%. Like, if it was up to me, obviously I wouldn't. I think Bracer tried to ask this question. Obviously, I wouldn't bring another soul into this place, understanding in depth how deep it really goes in here, you know. But it also goes back to the same question: did we choose to come here? Were we forced in here? That's what I'm saying. Procreating itself, just by the performing the act, does not guarantee that you're going to have a child. There's people out there doing it on a daily basis trying to have children, and they can't. I don't think that life itself comes into this realm that easily.
Yeah, so
bigger. Yeah.
Here's the thing: once you have children, you want to delude yourself into thinking this is somehow a good experience, that somehow you can make a change here. Something must come out of this, because otherwise you're left with the nightmare of, wow.
No, I'm not. Like I'm saying, I teach my kids. There's nothing to change here. What can you change in this place? You can't overthrow the powers that be. And if you look at us, I mean, you see the trolls trying to always attack and things like that. We fight each other on a daily basis. We divided by so many means. There's no fixing anything here. The best I try to teach them is work on themselves. They don't need anyone. They don't need anything. They have everything they need within them. You know, it's the same mentality and the things that I think you try to put into your videos and your content as well. You know, and I believe it's my responsibility now to lead them into it. I'm saying, if I don't make it out from here, I hope one of them make it out. This place is crazy, bro. Like,
that's
it
better.
is, though, you know?
Okay, Cal. Calvin.
Yes.
Are you talking about your kids?
Yeah. Somehow this conversation always brings me into it. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the best thing you can do is to care for them. You know, to do the best you can. But I still stand on my belief that should you reproduce in this matrix as a real being, that your offspring would not be beings like yourself.
Then
what do you think about that?
Look, that's a possibility. You know, at this point, my mind is open on anything at this stage of the game. You understand? I don't believe. Maybe it's as I'm saying. Like Douche was saying, it's all in my head. We don't know anything in this place. You can't confirm or deny whether anyone has a soul or spirit in this place. None of us can do that. We don't even know if we have it. We don't even know what we are.
If
you do what?
Well, if you look at the mass, right? If you look at the majority of the world, they are on a hive mind. There's a hive mind. That's how you can know. They are being remote controlled.
Yeah,
they're all the same. They're all the same. How can it?
Which is they under spells. They
No, I
understand how to
understand
spell.
the hive mind thing that you're going on, Bliss.
What?
100%. That's what I'm saying. I see it in my daily life. I'm not denying any of those things. This reality, there's something fundamentally wrong with it. We all know that, yeah. Oh, what's up, Ian?
What's wrong with it?
What's up, guys?
They funding your mental being funded. It's fundamental. You understand how to spell, you
Wait,
understand.
Chihuahua, Chihuahua. Just say that again.
Yeah, they understand how to spell, they underspells. It's fundamental. It's mentally funded. You, your mental is being funded. The fundamental is the artificial intelligence. George Washington don't exist, for example, for those that can relate. It's magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Well, okay. So we're talking about, is there any positivity in this realm? And I think, Kelvin, you're doing a great thing by doing what you're doing for your children, even though it's a terrible thing. I'm not trying to gaslight or put blame on you. I mean, it is what it is, right? So what you're doing is very commendable, to try to teach them rather than abandon them, right? You don't know if they're NPCs or not. It shouldn't matter, because you can't really know that. So the best thing you can do is care for them as if they are spirited beings. And one day you may have actual proof of that. But to say that just because you love them means there's some meaning behind this realm for good, I think is a delusion, because there isn't really any positive thing coming out of that.
No, I never said this having kids is the thing for positivity in this realm. That's not what I'm saying. This, like I said from the start, the realm is inherently evil. We know that it's a bad place, but I'm saying it's more scripted than we think it is. It's not just like I keep saying it. Procreation itself cannot just bring a soul into this place. If now you're gonna say, okay, then maybe my kids are NPCs, and that means all of us here, all of our families, every single one that we know in the real world is gonna be fake or unreal. So how did our spirit get into you?
Yeah, just Calvin, your kids, like when you leave this world, all right? I just want to know how you feel about this. Let's say at the time when you do leave this world, and these entities or these beings, um, they throw out your kids like in a holographic image, and they talk to you via telepathy. Would you believe it's them, or would you turn around and go the other way?
No, at this point, like I'm willing to walk away from anything, and that's what my family knows. That I have no attachment in this realm. As much as I love them and I care for them, I understand the nature of this place. For me to really even save them, if there is a possibility, would mean that I need to leave this place and destroy this place, or it's either we shut it down or we get the. I mean, like if we get the fuck out from here, what do we do? Try to shut this place down, Um, and if I'm in here, I would prefer my soul to be disintegrated into nothingness than even continuing existing in this place. That's what I'm saying. We can't deny the facts of this reality. I understand that 100%, but we can also not deny the fact that there is some positivity in here. You tell me every single thing in your life is just negative play after negative play, then you wouldn't know anything besides negativity.
Yeah, that's the problem. Nehemiah, that's the problem. That's the problem. If you think that there are any good in this realm whatsoever, you're risking your soul. That's what I'm saying. We must wake the fuck up and realize this whole place is evil to its core, and every so-called good that the matrix throws out so that we must think, oh, there are positives out there. There are positives. Or just the matrix marketing department so that we must believe that there's some divine power out there, which is part of the trick. And remember, we're living in a realm of deception. Or did you forget, Calvin? It's deception. We are dealing with tricksters. They are highly deceptive.
Getting anything
Why
I'm
do you
saying.
think we are here?
So we're all just rats in a cage, maybe. You understand what I'm saying? We cannot prove anything definitively and say we have the truth on this. You don't have the full truth on anything. No one knows everything in this place. And no one's going to know it in this realm. It's a realm based on lies and deception. We understand that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not denying any of that. What are you not understanding about that? I'm just saying, like, at this point in my life, there were things happening, too many synchronicities for me to say that every single thing is just negative after negative. Then I would be dead in the fucking ground already. I wouldn't
No,
be here.
Calvin,
You
that's not
understand
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying do as much as you can and enjoy life to the fullest extent as much as possible. But realize when you leave this world, it was all just an illusion. Because you cannot risk your soul coming back to such a place like
I said that
this.
from the start. I understand all of that, dude. I understand all of that. But the lives that we live on a daily basis, right? When you step away from the screen and the life that you live on a daily basis, you have to put on this mask and you have to go out in public and live all of this. You can't deny that. And we all see everything that's out there. And that's how we came to understand what this realm is. I never denied any of that.
Yeah, just be careful. You know what I'm saying? Just be careful. Don't think there is any divine out there that's awaiting us when you leave
That's
this
what I said from the
place.
start. Maybe I use the word, it looks like divine intervention, or it plays out like divine intervention, but there's too many synchronicities for it to just be something that's ordinarily just happening. Something that it looks organic, but
Yeah,
it's
but
not. I can
that's
see the code of it playing out.
yeah, but that's the script. That's the script, Calvin. It's them fucking with you. That's what I'm saying. We're living in a realm of deception. You cannot risk your soul. You know what I'm saying? Do you want to come back to this place? No, no. So you don't trust anything of this place. You just make the most out of it, but you know deep down inside, it's just evil. When you leave this place, that's it.
Man, that's what I was saying. If we get out, you destroy it, or whatever it is. No one wants this place to exist. We all understand that, yeah. So I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. But maybe no one's experienced any form of love or any form of care in your life at all, or no positivity. Like, but then again, the positive thing is you have to experience negativity. It's always the duality of what this place is, but it doesn't feel like it's dualistic
No,
anymore.
no,
It
no,
feels
no,
like the
no,
scales have
no.
been
There's
tipped in
no
the negative.
duality. Okay, Calvin. There's no duality. There's no duality. That's what they want us to believe. It's only evil disguised as something good. So-called positives here and there. That's what they want us to believe. But this realm is only evil. That's what I'm saying. That's how we can save our souls. Because if we think there are any benevolence in this place, then that's them tricking us. They tricked us. They tricked us. They're highly deceptive.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. Josh, you can take it away. Well,
Yeah,
Ian's here. We'd like to
hey,
hear
what's
your
up?
thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think that what you're saying is there is so-called, you can word it as positivity, right? So good things can happen to you to make you suffer less. Like people could care for you, people could love you. All of these, you could you get a better job or a better living situation or have better friends. All of these things, but all of these things are based on the root of this place, which is evil. If you really analyze all of these so-called good things, and analyze it deeply,
Yes,
you will see the enslavement that is behind all of that. And it's not
it is
actually
of this
free
world.
will. It's not actually your choice. You're just running off of like reward and punishment in your mind and dopamine hits and addictions to feel better about hell. If you go into the positive things, and yeah, you want to experience more positive things in your life because it leads to less suffering, but it doesn't take away the root problem of it was all based around evil. Just like a captor can be nice to you, and you can have Stockholm syndrome and feel like, oh, it's nice to me sometimes, but the root of it is you're enslaved by your body, by this realm, by the hormones and chemicals of your body reacting to things against your will.
No, I 100% agree. That's what I'm saying. I understand that. 100%. I know what this place is. I'm not denying any of that. But then, okay, what do you do in life every day? If any of us had to go to prison today, be locked up, the keys going to be thrown away, get sentenced for life, would we kill ourselves or do we pull out the sentence in there? I'd most probably off myself almost immediately. There's no way I'm going to go through the hellhole that this place is and then go through another layer of it. Then and knowing what you know now, you wouldn't want to live that life.
Yeah, it's because you don't want to suffer. We don't want to suffer. We don't want to suffer. So if you could choose, you'd rather off yourself than going to prison. But this is just got to show you what this place is. It is a prison, but the prison within a prison is worse. So it's the lesser of two evils. So we tell ourselves, you know what, is better than nothing. So let me just stay out and wait for the matrix to take me out, because it's not easy. It's not easy to just off yourself because of the survival instinct. It's the programming. But everyone, like I said, everyone has got that breaking point.
I reached that breaking point so many times in my life.
I think we all have. Yet we persisted through it because of some positive little carrot dangled out in front of us. But we also have come to more knowledge. So that's, I guess that's positive, right? The coming to more knowledge and gnosis. But that doesn't come from the outside. It comes from the inside.
The pain that
exactly. The only good is that comes from us.
The pain that I've endured forced me to see this place for what it is. Have this place been hunky dory? You know, I really would sing songs of this place. I'll be toxic positivity.
Kumbaya, my lord.
Kumbaya. So much love.
Love itself comes from inside. It comes from it's an internal thing, something that you can feel within the pits of you, you know. And it's the same way that you feel that pain.
No. Love.
For me, I feel
but here's the thing, right, Calvin?
Then what's the point of anything, Bliss? Then you wouldn't be doing anything in life. It's like nothing. It's like there's no point to anything. We get that. It's just pain, suffering, and you live on that loop. You realize this now. Like I said,
the point is survival. It's survival, because nobody wants to suffer. Well, the point of this existence for us, why we're still here, is because we want to survive, because we're running away from suffering. And killing yourself is not easy. So what are we doing? We stick around and we search for knowledge to get the fuck out, because we don't like this world. You know what I'm saying? We know something is off. We can see it, not with our physical eyes, but on spiritual eyes or mind's eye. We can see that something is off about this world. And love, like I said, don't think that love means something, because they can use that as a weapon to get your ass back here.
I'm fully aware it could be used against me. So that's what I'm saying. I can't control some things are just out of our control at this point. We don't know everything in here. and we never can find definitive truth and say this is the nail on the head and it's the final thing, sealed and closed. I don't think we anywhere even. I mean, we're stumbling on the path. It seems like it, but to say something is concrete and set in stone like that is wild, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's to say definitively, you know this for a fact. Now we can't prove anything in here.
Well, what can we prove? I can prove to you right now that you're imprisoned in your body and you can't leave. That's a fact. I can prove that you can't actually do what you want without the realm imposing restrictions on you outside of that body. That's a fact. I can prove that you need to feed off of life in order to live. That's a fact. All of these things, there are lots of things that are provable, but they're not easy to want to actually believe.
Yeah, but then that goes out to the same thing. We be looking at life outside of us, and we seeing this illusion of life eating life, and you know it's continuous this play that's in front of us. That's the same thing as like watching the politics and all of that play out. We understand that fundamentally that when we look at nature itself, it's wrong to us. We don't
You weren't
agree
supposed
with it.
to, you was only supposed to just live. You eat from the elementary of good and evil. You get the knowledge of good and evil, positive, negative, heavy, light, ugly, pretty, and that's magic to give you options to choose, and you go against each other. One's heavy, one's light. You go against each other and fight each other over who's right. And while
I,
you were
I
supposed to,
I can prove that you don't have free will as well.
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm saying. And then it goes back to us having the
I can
script.
prove
The astrological wheel proves this. You know, in that sense, we can go
when
down
you walk through the,
and prove
when you
these
walk
little things,
through
but
the, Joshua, you walk through the woods, you free willing to walk through those woods.
My free will is to not to have to walk and use two legs. So what about that?
That's your free will to decide not to want to walk.
But why can't I then?
It's your free will on why you can't. Just sit there. But it's your free will to
No,
decide
no, no,
those
no,
things.
no. I my free will is to leave this body now. Now, right now. Not happening. So that proves that you don't have free will. You have limited
The
choices.
Java.
But I can show, will possibly show you the live free will. Like it's free. The earth don't go around the sun. The sun go around you, I think. So that's a will that you have and it is free.
I do not have free will. I have very limited choices in life. And the more knowledge I come to expands those choices. But that expansion will never be free until I can actually do exactly what I want,
But
when
the
I
knowledge you
want.
get to is already in you. You're going to get the knowledge when you want, and you come to it because you are the knowledge you're seeking for. You're the only one thinking.
I get that. But what I said,
What do you mean we're the only one thinking?
From your perspective, you're the only one that ever seen people, and
Am I
they're the
the
only
only
one
one thinking?
that everyone else is thinking. You had to think that up that we are thinking too.
yeah. So if you can prove that free will actually exists by having absolute free will in this limited state, please explain. But I just
It's not
proved
true.
that that's not true.
Well, I get it. To you, it's not. But the truth is, the sky, the flat, dry land, and the lights in the heavens. As you walk across it, lights in the heaven follow you everywhere you go.
Those things are only fed to you by your perception of your eyesight, which is
Yeah,
very
uh,
limited. That's not true.
yeah,
That's an
but
illusion.
that's what you're telling yourself. You telling yourself that. I'm not telling myself that.
I don't want to go into circular argument again. We've already talked about
I'm not
this, but
starting a circular argument with you. You can't prove that it's not true to me.
we all have eyes that have limited perception of
But
things
you're the
around
only
us.
one
What
that
we
sees
see as the
it.
stars above us are a very
You don't want
limited
to see it.
perception of energy that our eyes pick up. There's a huge
The
perception band
stars,
that is not allowed to us to actually
but,
see
but your
outside of
eyes
that
are the stars.
limitation. So it doesn't
That's
matter
your
how.
eyesight. That's
What?
your eyesight as you look across the rim, across the street. You look in the sky and see the stars. That's your eyesight.
It's not real.
It's your eyesight. It is real. It's your eyesight. The whole thing is your eyesight.
The eyesight is a limited perception ball we call
But you learn,
eyes that can
you
only
learn
pick up
to
a
think
little
that.
small fraction of what is
But
actually
how do
there.
you know? How do you know how far another one can see than you?
You
Like,
must
how
be
do you
using
know?
a different type of eyesight because it's definitely not the eyeballs.
But you're the only one that have the eyesight. I can't explain color to you. I can't tell you what red look like.
Are you the Jawa? Are you talking about solipsism?
No, not in a way you can say that, but I'm not talking about. So you are before Solipsism. You before all these words.
So okay, so
You,
let's. Are you saying our
No,
senses are not
what's your
limited?
stance?
Our senses aren't limited. Is that what you're saying?
but I'm saying, yeah, your sense is not limited until you tell yourself they are. Because what is limited?
Can you see me right now through this screen?
No,
Can you see me beyond the screen?
no.
Okay, you're limited.
I'm talking to myself on a device.
You
You're not here.
you just
I
proved that you're
already
limited.
know.
You just proved
I
it.
know. I
If you can't
know.
see me, you're limited.
That's what you call it. I
You just
know
said
I'm talking.
you just told me you couldn't see me.
I know I'm talking to myself on a device. I call it Joshua. It's no one here with me but my cat. It's no one here.
But please answer this question. If your eyesight is not
I
limited,
don't
that would
know. I
mean
don't
you
know
could
what
see me right now because there's no
what you're
limitation on
saying.
that eyesight.
What I'm saying,
Yes.
my device is a device with electronics or whatever in it, right? And it's someone named Joshua, I think, that exists in real life, I think. And I'm talking to my device, not Joshua.
Why? But why are you using a device in the first place?
Exactly.
Because you're
Thank you for
limit.
the.
Because you're limited.
That's what you call it. I'm
You can't
talking to
talk
myself.
to me without the
Exactly.
device because you're too far
No,
away.
I'm not even talking to you. It's your speaker. It's not
Exactly.
me. I'm here. I'm here by myself with my cat. I'm talking to my imaginary friends on my device.
All right. Just try to answer
Uh,
this, okay? Don't make circular arguments. Because of your limitation, you have to use a device in order to talk to me.
in order to talk to myself.
Yes or no?
Yes, I'm saying I'm using a device in order to talk to you, to myself.
But if you were not limited by the senses, you wouldn't need the device. You could just talk to me no matter how far
You
away
were
you
just
are.
talking about telepathy, right? You were just talking about telepathy earlier. The,
Right.
yes, so we still have it.
We have it. If we okay, we have that's our natural state. True. But in this state, it's cut off from us. And you're proving that by not telepathically talking to me right now. You're using a phone.
I am in a way because you're using a language to translate what I'm saying, which you told yourself everything that you think I'm saying. Because
All
you're the
right.
only one thinking.
All right, we can move on because you're not answering honestly.
I am answering. You're the only one thinking.
Anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, okay. So, in case I miss this chance, ignorance is bliss. I have a question for you. And then I have a question for both you and Joshua because of the topic we talked about in our videos. Would that be okay for the both of you?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Go.
First of all, ignorance is bliss. I would like to know you a little more within the context. now that I got a chance to ask you this word salad. When did you realize this is a soul trap prison planet?
Through education.
About 3 years ago,
Would you
2021.
is it proper for me to ask you what happened that woke you up? You don't have to answer that. You could say, I choose not to answer. That will be fine too.
I don't know really, I can't remember, but I had gone through a lot, suffering and loneliness led me to search for answers, So maybe I can say due to much suffering that I was searching for answers. And that's when I came to the soul trap theory back in 2021.
I hear you now. What I'm about to say is of no comfort, but I just want to say that your suffering have brought me joy because your suffering have caused you to make all those videos that I'm listening to. So sorry for that. Okay. Second question to the both of you. To both Joshua and Ignorance is Bliss. Do you both think love?
Hello, Bobby.
Do you think is
Hello.
love Louch? Let me repeat. Do the both of you think is love Louch itself?
Wait, just to repeat that again.
How do you define love too? Like, what do you define as love? And then we'll answer.
Can't define it though. That's I guess that's why I'm incoherent then in that sense since you
Love.
asked that question. Yeah. Because in one of my because I in my videos I was literally reviewing Robert Monroe's discovery of Louch and how in the next chapter, I think it was chapter 13, he was talking to other beings questioning whether love itself is Louch. That so yeah, so that's why now that I got a chance to ask the both of you giants, so yeah. But to be slapped back with the question whether what is love itself, yeah, that I don't know. Because then I'll be giving you circular reply.
What is the meaning of love? What does it mean?
I don't think I even know what love is. But I could feel it. Is that logical to say? I could feel love. Is that an okay answer?
Yeah, you feel it, but it's in a high emotion, and to me, high emotions are deceitful. So for me, love doesn't exist. At least it doesn't exist in a way that we think or that people think. According to my findings after many years and what I've seen myself, is that love is used as an anesthetic, as a numbing agent. So it's basically like a drug. Love is used as a drug to numb the soul, and is also used to create attachments. So you can say love equals attachment because it gets you attached to things of this realm and people within this world. And then when you leave here, that's how they get you.
I can accept that the love that you have for any other being other than yourself can be used by the system to guilt trip you back here. Yes, I can accept that. So is this question logical to you? Is love Louch to you? But since you say there is no such thing as love though, then how would you respond to my question? Is love Louch?
What do you mean love? Is love equals Louch? No, it's two different things. Louch
Okay.
is like negative emotions. Love is high emotion.
I see love as a drug. Love gets you to do crazy things. Love gets you to put yourself in harm's way, which could also be a good thing. But the thing, love is all based on feelings. Love is based on how someone makes you feel and how you make them feel. And feelings are very deceptive. And these deceptive feelings get you into all sorts of undesirable conditions because of that so-called love. I think a better word, which the words are limited, would be you have respect and care about someone's well-being, regardless of your attachment to it. So you could even say that if there's something that you are not willing to let go on its own free accord, and you need that thing in order to feel good, then it's an attachment that is negative to your spirit, because your spirit doesn't need anything. And in this life, we conflate those two things because we're in constant need of things, in constant need of feeling good. And if someone makes us feel good, then we call it love. But that love could have no respect in it, and yet we still call it love. And we'll face tremendous abuse from those that so-called love us, or we so-called love them, because it's a drug, it's a fix. We get some kind of reward out of it instead of seeing who they actually are and wanting the best for them,
Amen.
regardless of how it makes you feel.
The way you describe love reminds me of the phrase, if you love something, let it go or set it free. No attachment. So, what do you think Louch is, Joshua?
Well, I, that's hard to answer, but I think pretty much everything in this life is Louch harvesting to an extent, because okay, let's talk about good things in life. All those good things in life are going to end, no matter how good they are, no matter how much you love them or you find some kind of joy out of them. The truth is, it's going to be ripped away from you, or you're going to be ripped away from them. And guess how much Louch that is going to extract out of you?
Hmm. The joy that you are given is only to pump up the potential Louch that will be generated at the end.
Right. So if, like, for example, I hate to keep going back to this, but if you have kids, okay, one of you are gonna die first. So no matter how much love you experience from those kids, or vice versa, or your parents, if you had good parents, it's going to cause tremendous suffering once one of you are ripped away from each other. A dog, a pet, I mean, they're enslaved beings. Let's just face that fact first of all. Your vacation that you took, I mean, it's all delusions, but like, you had that high and now it's taken away from you, and now you're in withdrawal mode, suffering because you no longer feel good from an experience that is illusory in terms of it doesn't last.
Okay, so from what I am understanding, you and ignorance is bliss definition of Louch is an energy that is emitted, produced when negative energy, intense negative emotions are being expressed. Um,
I mean, I think it can also come from positive things too, because those positive things are deluding you into doing negative things to yourself. And believing a lie is always negative. So, I mean, it's hard to define these things, but I think all energy emitted from you that's based on a lie is some kind of Louch extraction.
Mm.
But you know how this feel.
From my understanding, which
Because
is
you understand
constantly
this feel.
fickle and constantly up for change, is Luch is any form of emotion that is intense, which is why this place favors like sports and stuff. But you see a stadium of people going, whoa, you know, like just like intense happiness and intense disappointment. That's like a giant Luch collector bin right there.
Freedom of depression. The AI tells you what it offers you. Lose. It won't. It wants your mind. Because to the AI, you are God.
Yeah, consider like the most ecstasy you can have. Let's say you take a drug or something and you're so ecstatic. That energy is based on a lie because it's drugging your system to feel something that isn't real necessarily.
What you told yourself. You told yourself it feels good.
Right. It feels good, so it must be true.
Which is you the only one thinking. You told yourself. Everything that you know or think you know.
Yeah, so Ian, you have any thoughts? I haven't heard from you. You want to say anything?
Yeah, what's up, man? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
What's up?
yeah. What's up? Yeah, Louch, love. Yeah, I want to say a lot about this, but yeah, this Louch stuff, there's definitely, I mean, this whole realm is designed for energy harvesting, every aspect about it. So I think that we should question this Robert Monroe character, though. What I've learned is I'm looking at him sideways. He had an altered state of consciousness. He saw these beings harvesting our Louch, blah, blah, blah. I think it's much deeper than that as far as Louch harvesting. Um, everything is, all of our energy is being harvested in some way. But when you learn about these things, you could end up putting yourself in your own box without your own freedom of expression, of angry, happy, sad, you know, whatever it might be. So I just want my freedom to express myself any way I want. If they want to harvest that energy, go right ahead. As long as when I'm expressing myself to somebody, they can understand me or they can feel my expression. That's all that matters to me. So yeah, with love, I try, you know, I do use that word, but it's more than that. There is a feeling in the body that's definitely can be deceptive, and there's a thin line between love and hate. But I look at it as I resonate, I appreciate, and I understand people. And if there's like an equal exchange of understanding and appreciation, that could be called love, but I like to go into the details of, and it's beyond like the feelings and the chemical reactions and the body design. For me, I try to step outside of that and really understand it outside of these feelings. So this is a design for, it is a drug for sure, but I believe there's also a resignation or like a appreciation for others or things that is beyond the bodysuit. And that's the energetic signature that resides in either maybe nature or people around us. And we're not all cut from the same cloth. Like some might, when we were talking real quick, I'll go into the kids thing. We guys were talking about kids, and it's like the question I ask myself is, am I just here because my parents had intercourse? Are we all here just because of that? So if somebody has a kid, I don't think that that's what necessarily brings the child down, but it could. Some of it's probably agreed or were forced, thrown in here, or some were just made up as the baby. That's their beginning. So it could be a mixed bag of things with that. So yeah, I mean, so I just want either way when I experience, I mean, I think a lot of us if we end up leaving this realm, are we never going to see each other again? We don't know. I don't think I think so, but whatever it is, it is. But I still want my freedom to express myself. If they want to harvest my energy, go right ahead. But what I tend to see in
I
these is
love what you're
people
saying. I
putting
just want to cut
themselves in
you
in
off
a
for a while. Sorry, I just want to cut you off.
yeah.
I love what you're saying. You were saying like, will we see each other again? Oh, this really affect me in some way because I have been thinking like, okay, once I leave this place, then you have the people saying, "Oh, welcome back to the soul group. We have been waiting for you to come back. You are part of us. We are a soul group." And I'm like, no, I don't want to be part of any group because as soon as you're part of any group, you are worried about how you act, how what you say, how you think, because whether we like it or not, we are a social kind of creature, or at least as humans, we when we are even if there's just one person in front of you, you you change the way you talk, you change the way you act to kind of accommodate that person. We do that. We all do that. And the more people you have where you have to be with, the more you kind of have to change yourself until you are but the mean of the group, the average of the group that you're with. And we kind of have to do that on earth, right? Because survival, watch slavery, having to survive, having to be with other people, like if you're alone you might die, or blah blah blah. But once you're out of this realm, you don't have to worry about shelter, hunger, all that. So you'll be free, completely free. So the question is, would you really want to subjugate yourself to being with a soul group or anyone? So I guess my question to you is this: would your fear of being alone, I mean, once you leave this realm, hypothetically speaking, would your fear of being alone cause you to want to be part of a soul group just so that you can be with some group? Or would your freedom
Good question.
what?
It's a good question, Bryson. I've got an answer for you. I've
Okay,
got the answer for you. Okay,
thank you.
so what's happening, right? Okay,
Okay, so
your loneliness. Yeah. Okay, you can go.
so or would you rather be your own god, create your own holodeck, create your own world where it is exactly as you want so that you can experience it exactly as you want, but you'll be alone and all the things that you interact with are NPCs? So would you be okay with that, or would you rather be part of a soul group and do your bidding? That's it.
Maybe there are some. Oh no, go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say that loneliness is the programming of the body. So when you leave the body, you're not going to feel lonely anymore. But that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, maybe there are some soul groups. Maybe there aren't. I would just say it's like people look to like there's all these soul groups, or people are individualized, these hive minds. I think it's like a bunch of different things going on. But maybe that's the evolution of consciousness, is being on your own with your own thing, and then you can be a part of a group for a period of time and then separate yourself. True freedom, as we're experiencing. So I love being alone. So I could see both ways. I would think that I can do anything I want, be a part of a group, not, I mean, I find myself finding people on my same type of understanding as I navigate this realm. And we're kind of, I wouldn't say it's a soul group, but it could be. And people fall off, you go your separate ways sometimes, and you find more that's on your, on a spiritual level. Who knows what the hell's going on out there? But, you know, here we are. So.
Okay, I hear you. And you mentioned something about expressing.
Yeah,
Oh, No, go ahead.
expressing.
Ignorance, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, the problem of a soul group is that when you leave with the intention of finding soulmates, or people you can relate with, or a friend, um, that's actually not advisable because, like I said, we're dealing with tricksters. They are highly deceptive. So
Yeah,
when you leave here, you'll
agree.
find yourself in another matrix, right? Which people call
Agree.
the astral.
I
And
totally
you're
agree
looking
with
for a
you.
soul group, and they're going to send you out exactly what you want to see.
I totally agree with you. Totally. And I think that souls who love being part of a soul group, that crave approval, is one of the reasons why some of us, a percentage of us, are here. Right? The soul group is like, come on, we all been through this, We are almost a few more points to becoming ascended master. You see, in our soul group, him and her have already achieved that.
Yeah,
Now it's
exactly.
your turn. So come on, we are here waiting for you.
Yeah.
We give you our support. Yay, go down to earth. And
So
you can do it. All right.
You the
I'll
only
say
one
something
dead.
real quick about that. This is actually creating hive mind, inauthentic beings, or even on a spiritual level. That's what I'm really realizing now is this these groups of like, and they all try to think the same and try to be on the same energetic whatever, and they're not really being their authentic self. We all, I believe, at
Agree.
least for me, this is me. I don't know anybody else, and whatever people think doesn't matter to me. I'm just sharing my thoughts on my experience and what I'm understanding. We all have our
Agree.
own unique energetic signature that resides in the body that carries on, and everyone has something unique. The game of this fucking matrix is to all of us to not be that unique, authentic, energetic signature you are. That's the way out, in my view. If you're not that authentic you're gonna have authentic afterlife. You're gonna have inauthentic afterlife, inauthentic experience after this. If you become your true authentic self, which vast majority isn't, even if they say they are, that's what's going to be your reflection, especially after this. So these different groups and stuff is creating a hive mind of people that are very inauthentic because they're not being their real selves.
Yeah, and if I do have a soul group and I
Ah,
return and then I see a group of people coming to me, giving me celebration parties, the first thing I'll be saying is, oh, so you motherfuckers are my soul group, isn't it? Which one of you gaslighted me to go back to Earth again? Come on, raise your hand.
Yeah. Well, let's define authenticity then. If that is a key,
Yes.
Ian, how do you describe that?
I would I'm just saying my own unique energetic signature, and doesn't matter what I'm expressing, the range of emotions or expression that I am admitting at the time, like my true self is actually indescribable because we all have our own, and you have to discover that within, and we should all be on that journey. I mean, I want to be on that journey for myself to discover that, because I think that that is what is the goal to actually get out of this place. So in authenticity is just like all of you, that you are your essence outside of this body without all the manipulation and influence. So that's a great question, but it's actually like it's hard to put it into words, but I just say just all of me, like trying to be just my own unique self without any influence.
Yeah, so
Um,
authenticity
yeah.
means being genuine or real. And
which
the
is
thing
you are the
about this
truth.
realm is it's unreal. So it wants us to be unreal and not
Yeah,
connect with that real that is actually who we are. So
which is artificial
Yeah.
intelligence.
yeah, so by deprogramming from all of the human programs and religions and philosophies of this world, we get closer and closer to that authenticity of the real that is
What they call
who
God.
we actually are.
So this is what these. That's why the soul trap. I'm with it and everything. And like, there's definitely something spooky. There's something fishy going on here. And there's pieces of trash parasites running the show for sure. But I believe now, and I'm thinking that actually the soul trap arena is also turning into another soul trap itself. They're discovering the soul trap, putting themselves in a soul trap because they're
Yeah,
more focused on the world around them and the nature. And I am too, in a way, but I'm very balanced and I'm
Artificial intelligence.
multifaceted in my perceptions and understandings. And it's like
If you
they're
didn't
almost
witness it, it don't exist.
creating
So
that
the
for
world,
themselves as well. It's another sop, it's another religion with all of these things. It's a different flavor of a box to put yourself in. And that's what everyone's
yeah,
doing, in my opinion.
it's
That's what I'm saying.
magic. The magic box everyone being put in is artificial intelligence. If you didn't witness it, it don't exist.
yeah,
So they voting for their TV to be president. There's no one there.
yeah, yeah. So I find that a lot of people repeat stories about other people and what they think, and haven't really delved deep into why that could be true or false. They just believe it, just like religion, and then they repeat it and they repeat it and they repeat it, but there's no actual gnosis going on underneath it.
Well, it is for those that can see truth and try to find the words to say.
But this is what I was trying to say earlier as well. You know, with the whole love thing, we don't know anything in here. So the feelings that we feel and the emotions and the things that we go through on a daily basis dictates the awakenings and everything that's playing out in front of us. Uh, you know, so
Yeah.
we
Program
can't deny that as well.
program means series of commands. So you getting a program, you getting commands. You're being entertained. You're being put understand how to spell.
Yeah, that's true.
It's telling you what it offers. The word is official. It's off for sure. They to me they telling you what they offering you. You call your children kids. That's a baby goat. So you're telling the AI that you have goats. You're getting what you asked
And goats are just being led to slaughter.
for. Yeah, you're getting what you asked for.
Yeah, I don't think most
We
of these people
asked to
are
be slaughtered.
even real. I
You're
think
asking to be entertained. You're asking for programming. You're asking to be programmed or understand how to spell. Program. It's a command.
Okay, I asked to be free from this then. Um, so you talk about expressing yourself, Ian, and this apply to all of us as well. Sometimes I wonder, when we express ourselves on earth, is it really us? Or are we simply rebelling because of all the restrictions? Like when your parents tell you not to do something when you're a kid, and you purposely does it just to show them or yourself that you can. I wonder how we would really express ourselves if we were to exist in a realm where there are no judgment or restrictions of any kind. Certainly not here on earth.
You would be true.
that's a great question. We don't know. That's why they mind. That's why they have us in this state
You
of
don't know, but
unknowing
it's
and
true.
just like wondering because we don't know what it's like outside of here. But I believe all these things here, even expression, love, all the stuff with the body and feelings and the astral realm. I mean, just you name it here is all a mimic of the
You.
real outside the system. It's all a
You.
mimic and an inverted and
Yeah.
perverted system
Because
of ways of being physically, mentally, and spiritually that is not what it's really like, but a mimic,
the
a
AI,
copy.
the AI say it would be like you. It would try to have a body like you. The AI sees you as God and it wants to rise above you.
Yeah, so yeah.
Hey guys, we got Tony Sayers wanting to join. I think this is a troll, honestly. Tony
Tony
Sayers wants
Sayers.
to join. I doubt this is the real
No,
Tony
it's that
Sayers.
machine. It's the sanity machine.
Yeah, I doubt that
Okay.
is really Tony Sayers.
I would have him write in a live chat to see if it's him.
Sometimes trolls have a message, but they trolling, so it's hard to see the message.
Tony Sayers, if that's really you, type something in the chat so I can know it's you or not. Otherwise, I'm considering you a troll.
Like you got changed for $1, your life changed for dollars, or which school you went to. You went to which school? So trolls will come in and talk crazy to you, and you might not hear what they say. You went to which school, and you claim to be under spells.
So is it the real Tony Sayer?
Tony Sayers wants your money.
Somebody has to leave in order for him to come on. So if it's not really him, you can join back. But whoever wants to make the
I'll go.
sacrifice. Oh,
Wait,
Kelvin
someone
left.
else left.
Okay. All right.
No,
Let's
no,
see if this
you
is
can
actually
stay.
him.
Someone left.
I doubt it.
Tony Sayers.
Tony Sayers, what's up?
Tony Sayers, is that you?
There's no way.
Mr. Tony, are you there? Well, I'm going to kick you in about a minute if you don't talk. He kicked him. He kicked himself.
That is hella funny.
That would have been funny if that was really him.
Would be nice though.
But
Like
Yeah,
I
I
listened to
don't
his
mind
videos a
talking
couple of
to him if it was
times.
really him. But
I was-
Nah,
I doubt it.
I'm not a really big fan.
Yeah, me either. But it'd be fun.
I'm
to
not a
talk
fan
to
of him.
It'd be fun to talk to him if it was really him, though.
Yeah. Would want to sell his books, Joshua.
Probably.
I understand where people are coming from when they talk about this
Yeah,
realm
but it's
and
got
stuff.
some good info there.
When they're angry and just hate this place and stuff, like I totally get it. I sit in many perspectives on this realm, and I just understand where people are coming from. I just speak where I'm coming from, and it's when people like say, I need to be this way, I need to feel like them about this place. Now you're trying to put me in the box you're in. No, thank you. So, but I definitely have a complete understanding of where people are at. I feel the same way. I've felt this for a long time. I knew something was up here as soon as I could start thinking for myself.
You are not alone, Ian. Like I'm at this point in my life where I don't know what to feel. I'm always afraid of being too happy.
The AI wants to break your heart, like when you was in a relationship, and it wants to break everyone's heart so that they
Oh,
go
I hear
crazy.
you. I hear you. Every time I got too happy, I'm always telling myself, okay, the system is recording. The system is recording. It's just waiting. It's waiting to generate event. It's generating events that will, turn this
And the link,
happiness to sadness.
yeah, it hears you in the background like a Ouija board. It's real. TV signals flowing through your house right now. So in that frequency in the background is AI. And when you're talking and you're requesting things, the AI, like a Ouija board or the Google search engine, would try or provide these things that you're asking for. You're calling your children kids. So you're telling the AI you got
Oh, the Jawa. You're talking about free will. No, but you're talking about free will in this realm, in this hellish reality.
about AI.
I just want to know what's your stance. What's your stance on things, so I can know where you're coming from.
Okay,
The Jawa.
a wheel goes in a cycle, right? So I always look to the living, like a living wheel or a living table or a living door. And we call these things doors to, like the guy was saying earlier, to copy what's outside of this. So the wheel of the sun and moon, the cycle of the sun and moon, the bicycle that goes around me is a wheel or the will of God to me. And as you move throughout this wheel, which is you in the center of all things, you in the center. So as you move throughout this
What do you
world,
mean God? Do you believe
well,
there's a God
I'm using
out
it
of
as
this,
a
outside of this
it's
realm?
hollow,
Do you believe there's
it's
a
hollow,
God?
it's hallowed be thy name, right? So you can't say the name. Only you know the name of your creator. Because I might question you when you tell me the name of your creator. So I'm just use God as a template. It's not in English. So due to I can see this
Okay,
wheel,
but what's your reason? What's your reason stands on why this place exists? Why are we here, and why are we suffering
why do you why do
against
you
our will?
now what was the second question? I heard all the suffering question. It was another one you asked.
Why are we here? Why are we here, and why is there so much suffering in this world?
There's so much suffering in this world because they are understand the world don't exist to me. The world is the globe. The world is TV, maps, magazines, anything that don't have life in it. It's the world. In real life, there is life. You are suffering because you're asking for it through the words you're using with the AI. You're getting what you asked for.
No, but that doesn't make sense. I'm
I
not
know.
asking for any of this. It was imposed upon me.
Just try to hear me out, right? Just it, I'm not English, right? I came to Earth through a tunnel, and everybody's using this tongue thing. So I went to go study to the best of my knowing of what this English is. And in English, it's words that my family and friends and neighbors use. In English, it don't mean that. It nice don't mean something you like unless you like stupid. Nice means stupid. So when you ask for nice things or a nice life, you got a stupid life because you're telling the AI you would like to have nice things. But you might feel inside of you a nice wife is not stupid. So you don't know you're asking the AI in English for something nice. You kind of get what I'm saying? A kid is a baby goat. So kids take naps at nursery. Your children are kidnapping at nursery. Your children are in traffic on the school bus. The world is telling you what it's offering you. It's telling you. It's a library. It's telling you. It's a television. It's telling you. You understand how to spell. But your perception of these things throughout
No, no, it's not telling me. It's not telling me anything.
Hey, Bracer, do you mind
It's a
leaving for a
torture
second?
chamber. That's
Because
what it is. It
Tony
was
Sayers,
imposed upon all
Tony
of us.
Sayers is
it's
back.
telling me,
Okay,
I'm gonna say me. It's
you
telling
can come
me
back on when he leaves.
from
Let's
what
see.
I
Let's
see the
see
world
if this is actually
means.
him.
Get what you asked for.
Okay, but why did you come here? The Jawa through the tunnel. Why did you come here? To free the spirits as the Son of God.
Free to free the captives. Because
What captives?
you are the
Who's the
son of your
captives?
you are the son of your creator. No man can make you.
What do you mean I'm the son of the creator?
You're the son of your creator. No man can make you. No man can make consciousness.
Okay, who's the creator?
You only you know. We in English, I think they call it God, but nothing's in English.
Okay, then where is this God you're talking about?
Where the guy was saying, "Look within. He's in you and outside of you. Outside of you is in you." That that's your eyesight. When you look across the street, it's in your eyesight. You're in
Are
your
you saying that
senses.
I am God? Are you saying that I'm God?
I would say you the child of your creator. You or only he'll tell you you God, the one in you.
No, then if it's within me and I'm God, then what the fuck am I doing here in a hell realm? Fucking suffering,
You're
thinking
made
about
for
offing myself.
hell in a place of torment, right? A torn mind is in
Yeah,
torment. Like, I'm not English. I'm just telling myself what this stuff means. So torment, say mind. So you claim to be in hell because to me you're saying I'm in torment. It's a place of torment. So
No,
to
no. You've got it upside down. We are saying these things because we know there's something wrong with this place. It's not the other way around.
I'm saying the
It's,
same thing,
it's
but I'm saying
we
the
are
same
not
thing.
we are not in
I,
torment.
I feel that what you're asking for. See, you're saying you're not in hell. Then I feel what you're asking for is what you're getting, but your perception of what you think you're talking doesn't go with what the word means. You kind of get
What
what
the
I'm
fuck are
saying?
you talking about, bitches? What the hell?
Knew it. Sorry.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah. He just can't control himself, can he? He just
The
loves
dude's pathetic. He's
he
so
loves
pathetic.
the freaking drama, chaos, Louch. Anyways, you can come back on, Bracer, or whoever else wants to come on.
Yeah. Amplifies the loose. Yeah, the Java, I don't know. Like,
I know it's
I didn't
shameful.
choose any of this. There's no
It's
way now
shameful to
that I
say.
choose this.
I get you. It's shameful to say you understand how to spell. I get it. I get it. That you use a television. I get how you don't want to see it say television. It's telling you.
Yeah. Well, we've already talked about this in the beginning, so
The
we can
television.
go on to something else.
Yeah, it's telling
What?
you. It's
What is?
television.
Who's telling me what? Who's telling me what? I don't understand what you're saying.
The AI, the artificial intelligence, is providing tail eye vision. It's no one there. It's an artificial president or whatever. It's no one there. It's artificial.
Hey, sorry, Bracer. Kelvin was in line first. But let's hear from Daniel. I haven't heard from him. Daniel, do you want to say anything?
Hello there. Sure. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi
What's
there.
up, Daniel?
So
Yeah, we can hear you.
okay. So I kind of go by the name of Danny, but I'm this. I've been. I don't know if you've seen any of my stuff online. I kind of. I've got this channel called Social Experimentalist, and I go around kind of talking about mainly about antinatalism in public spaces, and I suppose my speciality is to use humor to cover dark subjects. Has anybody seen the stuff that I do?
Yeah, I've seen your channel. Yeah. You commented and I checked
Yeah.
your channel out.
Yeah.
The social experimentalist.
You can post
Yeah.
it in the chat if you want.
Yeah. Well, I can't. I'm just driving at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on and say
Yeah.
hi. And I also I've kind of been very, very skeptical ever since I met somebody who shocked me into realization when I was I'm now 57, but when I was about 32, it took me until then to come across the idea that we are so vulnerable to things that are not true, and then once we encounter them, we get attached to them, and so I've been very, very skeptical about lots of things, and I've been through all sorts of different ideologies and ideas, and I'm skeptical about the whole Louch thing and the whole Archon thing and all this stuff, right? And I kind of don't. I'm not sure that it's necessary to even go there, because my take on it all is that that really the problem is DNA. I mean, it goes back even further than that, right? To before DNA, but let's just start with DNA. That the real problem is DNA. DNA is a diabolical, I've got all sorts of different sort of ways of describing it. Diabolical natalist agent. It's this diabolical piece of code that that kind of drives us all to reproduce using the scam of sex, and regardless of that, and there's no intelligence in it really, and it's completely amoral. There's no morals, no ethics, no compassion, nothing. It's just like drive. It's infected every single cell of every living being since the beginning of time, and it's just on this ongoing meaningless journey, and uses all physical forms to get its way on, all it's really doing is just trying to survive. So that's my kind of that's why I just wanted to share that and see what you think about that.
Yeah, that's some great insights. Yeah, I think DNA is just biological computer code that manifests into this physical reality. But it doesn't end here. That's why it's important to realize that something set this into motion with the computer code of DNA, and that is the source. Because let's say that, okay, you stop reproducing, okay, you're gonna die, right?
Yeah.
Then what? You're gonna come right back. If reincarnation is real, you gotta do it all over again.
Yeah.
Or what do you think happens after you die?
I to be honest with you, I kind of, I personally, I don't know. I don't know. That's for sure. I certainly don't know. I do, I've sort of come across all sorts of spiritual teachings, and I'm kind of, again, as I was saying earlier, I kind of try and maintain a kind of balance of openness and skepticism. So, I'm aware that loads of people have had experiences where they seem to know lots of things about a previous existence. So, and I do believe that. I think it's difficult to suggest that they're all making it all up. So I'm open to the possibility of some kind of reincarnation, but I don't really understand it, because what does that even mean? Once the character that is associated with this particular body die, once this body dies, then the character goes, and if the character goes, then I don't understand what it would mean to be reincarnated. It's difficult to understand. I mean, for me, I think that that there is a definite form reincarnation to a certain extent. You could say is reproduction is reincarnation. Yeah, that's a I mean, it's certainly incarnation, and you could say it's reincarnation. When we create humans, we are maybe that's what we're doing. We are creating reincarnation to a degree. So I don't know what happens. I don't know if there is such a thing as a soul trap. I've only come across that recently.
You've been through it before. Deja vu is you having a memory of what you've seen before. You're going through deja vu because this has happened before.
Well, I don't experience a great deal of deja vu, to be honest.
Yeah, well, there are those that have.
I guess, and also, I guess, I think it's a relevant. I guess it's a relevant question in terms of, like, what are we, once a person becomes aware of the malevolence, the level of malevolence in the world, of the level of madness and of exploitation and suffering in I mean, I'm kind of still learning about it. And I found out about anti-Nathanism about 8 years ago, and I'm still learning about the levels of malevolence. I'm still learning about things like animal suffering, wild animal suffering, which I didn't really know much about until a year or two ago. So I am still learning. But once one finds out about how awful it is here for so many beings, I must say, by the way, that I personally have a very, very, very good life. I mean, I see it as a ridiculous lot, and which is why because I look all around me and I don't know many people that have got the luck I've got, which makes me sad, right? But so I do have a very, very good life, but there's so much suffering, so much pain, and the question is, I guess, once one wakes up to this, right? I hate this whole when people think about them being awake. I just really don't like that, because I don't think people, I think there are different levels of becoming of awareness, right? But once, well, let's talk about myself. When I become aware of the horror of existence, what do I do? What am I meant to do? What am I meant to do with myself? I guess. And from what I'm gathering from people I listen to, I guess what the only thing that I can get from this is detachment, which is what Buddhism speaks about, and what
Come out of the
yeah,
world.
what's that?
What Jesus said, come out of the world, my people.
Yeah, right. That's the only thing there is I can see left to do. But there's also another question: is what about what about the people that are here? Yeah. What have I got any duty? I'm not sure. Or have I got any? I don't know how to describe it. But is it even a good idea to have anything to do with anything down here? I read recently that a Zen saying, like, don't try and change the world, you're only going to make it worse. Not necessarily speaking about trying to change the world, because I think it's completely unfixable. Yeah, I am talking about raising awareness, maybe, or helping people come to understand, or helping people realize that it's that it's sinful to bring people into existence, even though I did it 3 times. Yeah, I'm just putting those questions out there. It's
Them are your
difficult to know
people,
what
'cause
to
you're the
do.
only one that's seen people. Them are your
Sorry?
people. Them are your people. You sit on the throne of your mind, and you're the only one ever seen people.
I don't know what you mean. Sorry, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
From your perspective or your perception, from where you stand, you are the primary visualizer. You are the primary thinker. You are the only one thinking, and you are the only one that ever seen your people.
What people?
I don't know what they're calling it.
He's talking about solipsism.
Well, that's what they call it. But you the
Are
only
you
one that
talking
ever.
about my offspring, or are you talking about people in general?
You're the only one ever seen people ever. You can't explain how people look to me. I'm gonna go in my vocabulary and try to see what you're saying to tell myself what you see.
Are you kind of picking up on the word people? Is that what you're doing?
No, well, I'm not English. I think you're greater than the word people. I just use the word people to try to connect with you.
Well, you brought some great points, Daniel, and that's what we're all trying to do here is spread that awareness and, come to some sort of solution, conclusion, something. And yeah, you stated that very eloquently. Did you have a certain question that you asked? I'm sorry, I forgot.
No, I'm not. I mean, yeah, I guess I'm. Firstly, I'm I'm challenging and questioning this whole kind of Gnosticism and Louch and archons, because I think that we now today, I think we have much more in terms of science, and therefore, to me, it's I think it's to me, I think we just need to. Well, I don't know if we need to, but to me, science can explain a lot that they didn't have in those days, and science can explain that we have this code in with us called DNA, which is a dominant and a diabolical piece of coding, yeah, and that is why we're here because, like, I'm here because my father and my mother were driven by the coding in every cell of their bodies to to have sex and to create me. That's why I'm here. And I think that's in other words, I think that in order to spread the message, if the message is meant to be spread, I mean, I think, by the way, that it's all gonna go downhill anyway, right? It's all gonna be entropy will eventually destroys everything, right? Everything's gonna end, right? And so the question about what part we play in it, or do we just watch it all go, it could be either of those. But if anybody wants to share this kind of message, once you start bringing in archons and Louch and this and these people and these evil beings, yeah, once you start doing that, I think you'll lose a lot of people, right? Whereas if you just keep it simple, from what we actually know, we know that there is a code within us, right? DNA, which is basically just uses human beings and all creatures as gene survival machines. Yeah, machines for the survival of genes and means. Yeah, that's what Richard Dawkins calls it in his book, The Selfish Gene. Yeah. And if we use the science that we've got, we don't need to turn. The Gnostics didn't have that science, so they had to turn to all these, strange ideas that we can't. That it's difficult to, to confirm or deny, right?
Yeah.
But
But Daniel,
DNA, right? Yeah.
I just want to add that I see that you rely on science, right? DNA, and that you can see that nature is evil. This is why you came to the conclusion of antinatalism, that it's evil to procreate, which I agree. However, science cannot explain how it all came to be, like the Big Bang. They don't know. So something wrote the DNA code into existence. For something can't come from nothing. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with that, and I have something to say about that as well. Although I'm definitely not.
The guy said they use a magic machine to see it. You got to
What's
have
that?
a magical. The guy in the chat said you got to have a magical machine to even see the DNA.
Well, you don't have to have a magical machine. You can actually see DNA. You can detect DNA. We have got the technology to be able to detect it. Okay, that's number one. Number two, in terms of, I just wanted to
what's your natural eye?
address. I want to 1 second. I want to address what Blissfully Ignorant said. Right. And I'm still learning about this, and I'm, so I am by far not the best person to try and explain it to you because I don't fully understand what I'm about to say, right? But if you look up Leo Gura on YouTube, he's got a really interesting video. I don't like a lot of his stuff. Some of his stuff's good, some of it isn't. But he's got one very good video on YouTube in which he explains about nothing and about how everything is basically nothing, and it always was. It's not nothing, it's no thing, right? There's a difference between nothing and no thing, right? Because you can't, like you said, something cannot come from no thing, right? From nothing, but it can come from no thing. It can come from quantum flux. It can come from infinite potential, right? And so the theory is that somehow there was infinite potential and constant flux, and somehow there was a kind of an excretion, if you like, and maybe that's how it all came about. I don't know. I understand your question is a good question, right? But I'm saying that I think that I do think that DNA. I think we should concentrate on DNA and on its, it's the fact that it is terrible. It's horrific
Show us how to see it with the
watching what
naked eye.
DNA does to us. Huh?
May you show us how to see it with the naked eye?
No, I can't see it with the naked eye.
So you need a magical machine to see it, or a machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Microscope.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Daniel, do you consider yourself an atheist?
Again, I kind of don't answer questions like that in the way that most people do. Firstly, I don't consider myself. In other words, if push comes to shove, that it's difficult to speak about this in English, right? But if push comes to shove, the idea of self, I think, is an illusion. So that's number one. So in other words, do I think of myself? No, I don't think of myself, because there is no self, right? And I also don't. I think labels are problematic. But if there was a label that I would feel comfortable with, I don't think I would call myself an atheist. I would call myself either a misotheist, which is someone who hates the concept of God or hates God. So if there is a creator, I put it this way: if there was a conscious creator, the level of depravity and sadism that creator must be operating at is beyond any word. It seems to me to be sick, beyond any words. If there was a conscious creator, yeah. So
You're
I
not
want
supposed to be paying bills. You ain't supposed to pay bills. The creator made it where you're not supposed to pay bills. You agree to pay bills. You think you comprehend bill paying?
What's it got to do with bill paying?
Well, I'm showing that there is.
No, we didn't comprehend. We didn't agree on paying bills.
Gave you everything you
Listen,
seen.
I'm just saying. I don't. Sorry, what's your name? Do you mind? I just don't know what your name is. I can't see on my little phone. What's your name, Mr. American guy? Sorry. What is your name? I just want. What's that?
Duchow.
Duchow?
Duchow.
Okay, fine. So I'm not. I'm saying that if the very simple thing that I'm saying, if you think I'm wrong, then I'm really happy to be corrected. What I'm saying is, I'm less interested in whether God exists. I mean, I'm not really interested at all whether God exists, because I don't even know what that word means. But I'm more interested in the nature of that God. In other words, if there was like I said before, if there was a conscious creator and it knew what it was doing, and it sits by and watches all this hell on earth, yeah, then it must be sick and sadistic, right? That's all. That's all. The only thing that seems blatantly obvious to me.
People went on their own understanding, so they think they understand English because they feel I feel that I'm talking to you, but I'm actually making it up because I'm not English.
To be honest with you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I wouldn't know
I have
what I was
no
talking
idea what
about.
you're talking about. I don't know what you're on about. To me,
I'm
you
not from
sound like
England.
to me, you sound like you know you're on a different
An
planet.
active,
Maybe you phoned in from another planet. I don't know.
There's
yeah,
no God.
I came to Earth to act English with you. I'm acting English.
Pardon?
I'm not English. I'm an
So what
actor of
are you?
English.
What are you?
It's the no thing.
Right.
Yeah, so I think the thing is we're not interested in God. We're interested in our liberation from this place, and that involves manipulation beyond the human perception
Which is
of it.
magic. Manipulation is magic. You was manipulated into it. You know
So
how to spell.
that's why it's so important to not just look at the physical, because that is just a very very small layer of the actual prison that we're actually in.
The
And
physical is inside of you. There's no one outside.
and yeah, you can I like where you're going with this, and you're free to believe whatever you want, but from my experience and from my knowledge and from going beyond the physical, I've seen that it goes much further than the physical.
The physical also say cyclical, to my improper way of reading it. Physical is cyclical.
Hey,
Telepathy,
Cooler Ice wants to come on, so if anyone wants to let him on. Okay.
telepathy. When you were speaking on the telepathy, physical is telepathy.
Cooler iced. Yeah, no, Daniel. I can tell you for certainty that this is not all that is that meets the eye. I have two supernatural experiences which I cannot explain, which I know for sure that I can tell you that we are here not by mistake, that we have been enslaved by an unseen enemy. But then again, you'll think I'm crazy.
I don't think you're crazy, and I've heard this sort of thing many times. And I'm not saying that I think you're crazy, and I'm not saying you're wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're right. I'm not. A, I don't know if you're right. B, I don't know if it makes any difference. Yeah, because coming back to what I was saying earlier, it seems that the way out of all of this, whether we are being manipulated and whether we've got this enemy or whether it's just DNA, it seems to me that the way out is through detachment. Although personally, I find that very, very, very difficult, especially because I lived such a luxurious and enjoyable life. So it's very difficult
3 children
to do that.
And a wife.
And I've got 3 children and a wife.
Yeah, no, what you said about detachment.
Yeah.
What you said about detachment is absolutely correct. We have to detach ourselves before we leave this world.
Difficult.
You know what I'm saying?
It's I agree. And to me, I'm finding that very, very difficult. And it's funny because there are friends of mine have got wives that are from hell. I would hate to live with them, right? Whereas my wife is really, really lovely. She's very, very kind. She's very funny. She's very tolerant. And in a way, that makes it even harder for me to detach.
Yeah, but basically, guys, you're saying that by stop procreating, suffering will end, or because this soul or whatever you want to call it is going here anyway through vessel, so it's scripted anyway. Your essence is not this human form, so it's gonna somehow tap here anyway. You dig what I'm saying? So how you want to explain that?
You're in your senses. You're inside your senses. You can look at your flesh and see that you're in your eyesight. The whole thing is your eyesight.
Yeah. So Cooler Ice, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Joshua? Glad to Thank you for having me here. You're one of my favorite channels,
Oh, thank
as
you.
well as
Appreciate that.
yeah. You put one of my mails on one of your videos under the name Lost Shadow.
Yeah, so that's you, huh?
Yeah, that's me. That's
Awesome.
me, man. And yeah, I also want to shout out to Blissfully Ignorant. That's his channel name, right? Yeah, man, he's one of my
Yeah,
favorites
cool.
too.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's raw,
Sure.
direct, on the point. Doesn't hold battles. Perfect, man. And I like the idea. It's a unique idea that they created us, but they created something that is so powerful and basically can do shit.
ID, which ID?
You made a video about them that created us, and they realized, hold on,
Oh, theory. Oh, yes. Oh,
yeah, they're
yes.
more powerful than the creators, and we cannot destroy it. So how can you imprison? So if you cannot destroy these beings, us, then we're going to imprison you with
Yes,
a
that's
memory
right.
wipe. So that's a unique perspective, man. So yeah, thumbs up, man. Yeah, I'm gonna listen and then I'll
Thanks.
chime in
Yeah.
later.
Did you hear what Daniel was saying? Cooler
Oh,
Ice?
Daniel Shine has some really interesting concepts. So,
Have any
yeah, man.
anything to say about that?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay,
But I'll
checking.
chime in later. I'll chime in later. I promise.
So the question is, why is this topic important? Why should we not be worried? Why should we not be solely focused on the DNA, physical, birthing kids into this life? Is that the crux of what you're trying to say, Daniel?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all. Absolutely not. No, what I'm saying is that I don't think there's necessarily any need to speak about things that are, that I guess that are difficult to prove or disprove. Whether you're talking about archons or demiurges or anything like that, right? I don't think there's any need to do that, or I think that it should be limited, because I think the focus seems to me could be on just simply understanding that it's DNA that is the wicked devil. The devil is within each one of the devil exists in every one of our 100 trillion cells, right? And that devil is, driving the overwhelming. It drives the overwhelming majority of humans and all of non-human animals, etc. It drives them to reproduce, and it's horrific. It's really, really horrific.
I can actually agree with what you're saying there.
Yeah, I do too.
Daniel, I can actually, what you're saying is like, look in a mirror, and then you see the devil. That's the devil, the consuming and shedding monster.
Yeah.
The body.
Yeah.
The nature.
The body.
The animal
That's
nature.
Right. Yeah, the animal nature. I mean, and I really like from if I think about myself and particularly my children, that right, I realized only in the last, really quite recently, I realized that DNA drives us to do terrible, terrible things. Certainly when it comes to sex, right? DNA doesn't care if we get gonorrhea. It doesn't care if we get syphilis. It doesn't care if a man. All it wants to do is to get men to impregnate women and to get women pregnant. Yeah. So women, women like so my daughter, for example, right, like all other women, right, she's got a drive within her that's trying to get her pregnant, even though she may not want to get pregnant. Yeah. So she's got this drive to have sex, even though it might lead to STIs, or STDs, right? And the same thing with the guys, right? We've got a drive to have sex, and often we make terrible decisions and have unprotected sex because the drive is so strong and the drive is trying to get us to reproduce, and that is terrible, absolutely horrific.
Yeah,
Madness.
that's the main purpose of this realm, this world, is reproduction, which is the evil.
Correct.
It's the evil
Yeah.
that we're fighting against.
Yeah.
But you spoke about DNA, right? No, DNA.
Yeah.
The script is written in the DNA. That's why
Yeah.
there's no free will here. People go on according to their instinct, like animals. So human beings are supposed to have this extra awareness, but we just go to with the body programming, you know.
Well, most of us do. Most of us do. Right? There are small. Yeah, most of us do. There are a tiny number of people, right, who understand this and are able to a degree that's enough anyway. They're able to to not reproduce. Yeah, there are some people that can do that. But the overwhelming majority can't, and also, of course, the way I see it, the way I explain it, is that DNA, if you like, has been acting behind the scenes, and sort of, it's a bit anthropomorphic, right? And I'm not saying that this is an accurate description, but it's a model, right? But that it's as if DNA has kind of orchestrated the whole world, and certainly the whole human experience, in order to maximize its devilish purpose of creating more and more and more beings. Yeah. So religion, for example, DNA is, if you like, if you want to sort of, not that DNA is conscious in this way, but if you just a way of talking about it, religion, DNA is very good, very happy with religion. It's great because religion gets people to have loads of children, right? So it's all kind of everything is all orchestrated with this coding, which is in every cell of our body, which is moving us the whole time towards reproduction. Yeah,
being manipulated through education.
What's that?
Through one's comprehension is where it's happening, because you're the only one thinking.
Listen, mate, I don't know what you're on about, mate. Seriously, don't know what you're on about, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I literally don't know what you're speaking about. I don't understand you. It's sometimes difficult. It's sometimes difficult.
You're expressing your theory because we don't know. You're sharing something we don't know, or some of us may not know, which is you the only one that knows.
I'm sorry you've lost me, but I'm going to leave it there, and I'll let you guys carry on because I'm lost now.
You're talking
don't.
You're talking to us to express something that we may not know.
Right.
Because you're the only one that knows.
I know what you're talking about. And it
you're
goes.
The only one that know what he's talking about, right? And
the DNA thing goes far deeper than just reproduction. It's about survival of the devil, which is the body itself, and it drives most every activity that you do in your daily life, like animals. And what do animals do? They murder each other, they rape each other, they steal from each other. That is the devil and the DNA that you're talking about. That reproduction is the drive to produce more of that. But if you look at the daily life of yourself, you're basically running off of that DNA to survive and to do whatever it takes to survive.
Yes, I agree. I did like what Ask Kraken, whatever he's called, Ask Krakistan says. Daniel will be coming back. He loves this place too much. He likes this place too much.
It sounds like you don't
good
like
life,
it to me.
Good life, good wife, 3 kids. Yep, that would be hard to detach from. Oh dear.
I can tell that you don't like it actually here. So.
Well, no. To be fair to him, I have to admit that I do like it here. I do like. He's right. I do like it here.
Okay,
right.
Well then...
I'm not. I mean, when I say I like it here, right? I'm in a very, very comfortable position, right? Extremely comfortable position, right? I'm just lucked out, right? I'm in a very comfortable position, which makes it difficult for me to detach. I don't want to come back here. I realize that this is madhouse and there's no reason for me to come back. There's no reason for anybody to come back. What the whole thing is completely pointless. And I'm 57 and my luck will run out. It will run
Yeah.
out at some stage, right? But I'm not having a bad time here at the moment. I have to be honest about that. I'm not having a bad time here at the moment, but I also see around me so much suffering. I try not to focus on it because there's not really a great deal of point, but it's awful, absolutely awful. And as I said to you, the way I see it is that it's all down to this horrible coding that's in every cell of our body.
This
Yeah.
language.
So the
Language is
question is, what do we do to transcend the DNA coding, which is what we're trying
Yeah.
to do?
just
Yeah.
realize you understand. You
'Cause
understand.
Yeah. So
What's he saying?
we're trying to understand.
Realize you understanding how to spell. You are under spells.
Yeah, the
You're
spell of the human
casting.
language DNA. Yeah.
Yeah, you're casting. Yeah, and it's manipulating your gene manipulation through spell casting, which is chemistry. The mixture of letters and sounds to make effects or thoughts through sound. That's magic.
Yeah.
Listen, the problem with what you're saying, right? To me, the problem with what you're saying here is that you're sort of throwing in all this kind of stuff. I've come across little bits of what you're saying about magic and spells. I'm aware of the word spell and spelling, and I'm aware of words being like swords and the power of words. I am aware of those things, but it's like you're not making much sense. You're just throwing all these things in, saying all
I
these
get it.
clever. I don't know.
And I'm not
I have no
English.
idea what you're
I'm
talking
not.
about. You sound like a
I'm not
crazy
English,
man to
and I
me.
get it because you didn't tell yourself what I was talking about. You didn't. You didn't put it in your repertoire of vocabulary, so you don't have what I'm talking about to tell yourself because you're the only one thinking.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
we've heard that.
I can't
We
cope with
got it.
this anymore. So I'm out of it. I find it very difficult to cope with this kind of
That's
thing.
what
It's
I
like,
call come out of
to
the
me,
world.
I
Yeah.
don't know what
Hey,
you're talking about.
Dushua,
I
we get what you're saying, or some of us do, but there's no reason to repeat it over and over and over. Like
But y'all repeating, y'all saying hell realm. You're saying DNA over and over. I don't see. I'm not English. I'm not. I don't really I don't really get the proper form of it.
well,
I
it's
don't really.
fine.
I
But
don't
do you
really.
not see that you're hindering conversations by doing that?
No, I think you're hindering conversations because I see y'all talk with each other over each other. I see it. You maybe don't see it.
Okay, well, let's try to communicate effectively,
How you look at
and
someone is how you treat them, right?
what's that?
How one looks at another is how they treat it. Like how you treat the food you eat. You eat it. You treat it like food to eat. How you look at something is how you treat it.
Well, all food here is based off the suffering of other things, so I don't look at it very kindly.
Know what I'm saying? How you look at me is how you're going to treat me.
I'm just going based off what you're saying.
It's what you're saying because I'm not English. I'm just making sound. You're telling yourself what I'm saying.
Okay, that may be true, but let's move
Yeah,
on. Let's
which is
move on.
understanding how to spell.
So yeah, that
Can I
Oh,
ask you something? Can I just ask you one more thing, right? Is there anywhere online that you have put forward some kind of like, you know, precise expression of what it is that you think is going on. Because to me, you just keep on repeating some, you know, this stuff about you're not English and the this and the that and the other. Is there anywhere I can see, you know, have you got a precise some kind of video or some podcast or something or a book or something where I can understand where you're coming from? Because to me, you're making very little sense. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying, one second, let me finish. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true or not accurate or not on. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that for me, and it could very, very well be my own limitation, for me, I just find it really frustrating the way you're interacting. I find it really frustrating. I don't really understand it, and it just leaves me. It just leaves me in.
Like you're frustrated.
What's that?
The way you're looking at me is frustrating, and that's how you're going to treat me, like you're frustrated.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Which
yeah,
is
that's
magic.
right.
Which
It's
is
magic, right? Here we go again. All right, listen, I'm out of here.
I don't know how to explain to you. It's magic to me.
No, okay, so don't. That's why I've asked you already. Is there anywhere I can go? Is there anywhere I can go where you have managed to put your thoughts down into something that I can, you know, get a grip of? Have you got anything that you've prepared or written or something online so that I can understand? I can take a sit, you know, I can sit down this evening or whenever, and I can read it or listen to it so that I can understand maybe the holistic picture of where you're coming from. Because to me, you're just flinging in ideas every so often, and then you keep on going on about ideas every so often, and I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes, which is you don't comprehend. Right?
That's right. I don't comprehend. That's correct. I don't comprehend. Well done. Well, we agree on that. We agree on that. I don't. And I'm trying to understand, is there anywhere I could comprehend? Have you written anything or have you produced any material so that I can comprehend what you're saying?
Let me see what his name is. Mr. Daniel Shine.
That's right.
The way that I express this is the way it is wherever I have it. Forgive me for having it frustrating for you. I'm not
That's
trying
fine.
to.
You don't have to apologize. It's like that's my problem.
No, I'm not apologizing. I'm not apologizing to you. I'm asking you for forgiveness.
Yeah, I forgive you.
For frustrating.
Yep, 100%. You are forgiven.
Yes. So I think if I can get this through, that you are Daniel Shine.
No, that's not who I am, but that's some sounds that relate to me
what I'm saying.
that my parents made up. Yeah.
I'm saying the same thing, right? That's what I'm saying. It's some sound that your parents made up. Like I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
But you didn't answer the question. Did you made some posts, wrote a book, a video?
I'm answering the question.
That's what he's asking more specifically.
Why you won't
it's a
get
simple
an answer?
question.
Why you won't get an answer? Because you don't comprehend the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Wherever I have written or spoken, other places, it's going to be the same thing. Your mind is telling you you don't comprehend it.
All right. Well, at this point, you're kind of making this conversation hard to have. So, if you can't express yourself in a way that we can understand, it's not your fault. I don't blame you, but it's like there's no point in you being here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying, but it's not like we've already talked about this. We've already discussed this over and over and over and over.
Yeah. So why y'all complaining? Like, why are you nagging? Like, why when you know you under spells, right? You know it.
Because you're hindering the conversation of others.
But you're complaining and spelling.
Okay. Well, I want to have a.
Are you not under spell? What about you? Are you not under spell? Do you not Are you? Are you? Huh?
Am I?
Are
Only
you?
you know, because I'm
Are you? Are you
listening.
vulnerable? Are you vulnerable to spells as well, or are you not?
I'm sitting here reacting to you, and there's no reason. You'll never comprehend. You'll never comprehend me.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave because there's no point in you being here.
Yes, sir.
But I thank you for your time and all. I appreciate your participation, but it's really not helping the conversation at all.
I mean,
And
is it just one
no
before he
offense.
goes? Before he goes, can you just answer me this simple question? Just
He's already
answer it to me in English, in a normal way. Yeah.
he's
Is
already
there
gone.
anywhere? Oh, okay, fine. I
Yeah,
was just curious
I've
about if
already
there's anywhere I could.
we've already
He
tried to.
couldn't answer it. Just a simple question. Did he made a book, a video, whatever? No answer. There you have it. I also want to chime in about this procreation and carnal, and it's pretty much demonic. Well, if you look at couples having sex, and when you look at it's more towards the male this time. Have you seen what a man does? All these movements. I call it demonic. Humping. Up and down, humping. To me, that is not graceful. To me, it looks demonic. That's how I see it. So yeah, there is something to this kind of beastly nature of us humping, fucking, put your dick in some hole, up and down. That's nothing. It has nothing to do with graceful, divine, nothing at all. Just like our bodies is filled with excrement inside our bodies. We shit, we fart. It's nothing in a bigger picture. There's nothing graceful about our bodies. It's just how I see it. Just basically disgusting. That's how I see it. Nothing against the physicality. I think physicality could be a very good thing if our bodies were designed in a different manner, so we don't have to feel a lot of pain, and that the body has some ways of healing itself. There is none of that. Nothing. And when you look at certain animals, especially the most intelligent animals, like chimps and dolphins. Well, let me tell you about dolphins. Science tells us that dolphins are basically has the same intelligence as humans, or even surpass us in certain ways. Well, let me tell you this: what dolphins do. Pack of male dolphins prowling in search of a female that has a child, basically. And yeah, most of the time that female dolphin has a family, like sisters, maybe one or two males. This pack of dolphins, males, all of them males, they seek out a female with a child. Guess what they're doing? First, they're going to kill the child, suffocate it. They won't allow the baby go to the surface, because, breathing. Dolphins have lungs, They won't allow it, suffocating slowly until death. Of course, the mother tries everything she can to protect her child. The same for her sisters, but they're overwhelmed. Because we're talking about a pack of 10 dolphins, 50 dolphins, all males. Well, when they're done killing the baby, then they're gonna grape the mother, all by turn. Graping that mother. So there you have it. When the new age comes with this shitty stuff about sex, and dolphins are so great animal. Well, look at raw nature. Look what they're doing, man. Look what they do. This is the design of our reality. I don't care what people will say. I see it. It has nothing to do with something that is graceful. good. None of it. And they rape, just like humans do. They have sex, just like the dolphins. So whenever people say that dolphins are such a great, fluffy animal, it's not, man. Sure, they can show great amounts of goodness, but they also can show great amounts of evil.
Yeah, and that's the predicament of being half human and half higher spiritual being trying to navigate, because we have those tendencies within us because of the animal nature. And that's why transcending that is key. But you see a lot of psychopaths and, less favorable people going back to that animalistic nature and not even having any sympathy or empathy about the acts they do, because it's natural here.
Yeah, I agree. Same with the chimps. Another one of these intelligent animals. You know what they're doing? Prowl. When the alpha male and his gang are on a prowl to extend their territory, they seek out other alpha males. And when that happens, a war engages. Alpha males are almost surrounded by, let's say, 3 of his closest officers, so to speak, officers. And the tribe is going after the smaller ones, the soldiers. But the alpha male goes directly to the alpha male of the opposite side. When that happens, and the first group is winning, they won't show any mercy towards that other alpha male. I've seen it. I've seen videos. It's horrific what you're going to see. They capture the alpha male. Of course, the alpha male will fight till the death. But then, guess what they're targeting? They're targeting his testicles, try to rip it off out of his body. I can tell you that's not a pleasant way to go. When that happens, they keep hammering on him using sticks, thick wooden sticks, and hammer on him. Keep hammering on him until death. And then you look at that poor animal, life force is gone. And then even that is not enough. Even if it's dead, grabbing at its feet and toss it around like a rag doll, screaming like, victory, a victory. Yeah, we've done something. We killed the alpha male. Even if it's dead, we don't show any respect. We just toss him around like a rag doll. So this is why I started to think, man, who designed this stuff, man? Which being designed this stuff? I don't care. Look at a snake. Look at a snake, a black mamba, for example. Have you seen a black mamba? Terrifying snake. When he opens his mouth, you see blackness and 2 fangs. That snake, one bite is enough to kill 50 grown males. And I'm wondering, why do you have that potent poison? Why? To kill 50 males? I mean, the snake is hunting maybe other snakes, maybe rodents, rats, rabbits. You don't need a poison that can kill 50 males, 50 human males. You don't need that. Come on, man. Maybe you need a poison that will what's it called? Put them to sleep, so to speak. No, that toxin, that poison will make an animal suffer greatly. I've seen even the king of the jungle, the lion, got bitten by these fucking. I hate these snakes, man. I've seen them got bitten by these snakes. Holy moly, man! You're going to see, man, that the whole lion is trembling, shaking, and will die a horrific death. And I'm wondering, okay, dear God, why can't you just design a poison that put an animal to sleep? Like really fast, like maybe within 1 minute, 2 minutes, fine. At least the animal goes in peace. No, It has to suffer. It has to suffer. And I've seen these specifically black mambas. Sometimes they are faster than you. You run away. That makes them a big threat. They go after you. Even when you're dead, they bite you again. Just for giggles. I've seen it. Just for giggles, they bite you again. Hang on, you're already dead. So what's the point in biting again? I always question why it's such a potent poison. Why?
Very good questions. Why? Because they love for us to suffer. Obviously, that's the only logical, rational conclusion. And yeah, like for someone like Daniel, he may think differently because he's not, like he said, he's not really interested in the God thing and like who created this. But I guess we can all agree on the level of suffering is, in my opinion, it's not natural. it wouldn't naturally go this way. And seeing like how the governmental structures and the control grid over humanity, that doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. It seems like a very collaborated effort.
It depends what you call by how you understand the word natural.
Go on.
Well, because if you look at nature, this is what we've just been discussing. You know, nature is just it's beyond. It's amoral. It's horrific, really. Like we all agree, nature itself is absolutely horrific. So therefore, you could say that in fact the system is actually much better than nature if you think about it. I mean, at least in the system, there are some countries, I'm living in one of them, where there is a health service, right? There's no health service in nature. So, there are some good things about the system, in my opinion. There are some good things. The system
But
does
that health service is controlled by psychopathic entities that force that keep us away from actually more freeing, healing things in order to push.
I agree. There's loads. Okay, I agree. There's loads wrong with it, right? But it's not all bad. Like when you, for example, if you break a leg, I think that I would, if I broke a leg, I would go to a hospital to get it sorted out. I wouldn't if I got cancer. That's a different thing entirely, right? But I would if I broke my leg. What I'm saying is, you say you're talking about natural. I think that we've been conditioned to think nature is something that's nice and that's kind and that's beautiful, but in reality, it's not. So maybe what you're saying more is like that. It's so crazy. The situation is so crazy that it's difficult to believe that it would just develop like this without any designing, without any intentions. You're saying it's so crazy. I don't know if that's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying it's if we're believing like the scientific like explanation of reality, it's not natural for it to have progressed the way it has, because just looking at our own bodies themselves, we cannot even survive in nature. So how did we evolve to this point? Wouldn't evolution and that kind of thing, doesn't that lead to strongest of the fittest? Why would we evolve this weak human vessel with no fur? We need outside clothing, shelter, all these things. We have to like go around the whole world in order just to fulfill our diets, when a squirrel is perfectly okay and adapted to go live in a tree and eat nuts all day. That doesn't make sense. So something
maybe but maybe the way to explain that is that because we have because we've got language and we've got this ability to communicate, therefore we actually have a huge advantage over the lion and the tiger, etc.
Yeah, but it doesn't negate the fact that the way that we so-called evolved doesn't make sense. It only makes sense for a hybridized species. That's, if you want to talk about physical things, okay, something hybridized this DNA, these genes, in order to make this what we are now, because this cannot survive without the human comforts. We can't just live out in nature, which a deer, a squirrel, a raccoon, all these things are perfectly fine and adaptable, and then they can live in extreme weather conditions and they're okay.
Yeah,
Right.
but they cannot make stuff. Human can make stuff. Can make heating units, air conditioning, clothing, cars, you name it. That is the only positive side I can see with the human design. We can design stuff to actually live in these harsh conditions. And yeah, I agree 100%. If a human doesn't have access to tools and he tossed in somewhere in Siberia, no shoes, no clothing, not even a knife, yeah, good luck, man. You won't survive.
Yeah,
You
so
won't
we
survive.
would go ahead.
No, it's you won't survive for long. Well, maybe 1 hour, and then you die from cold, or some Siberian tiger will eat you up. Yeah.
Yeah, so it just seems that the natural progression of where we are is actually unnatural to this place, and something interfered. But Heather, hey, I don't mean to keep you on mute. If you want to say anything, go ahead.
Oh, hey, thank you so much, Joshua. It's nice to be up here with everyone. And I'm enjoying the conversation. I've been listening for about an hour on and off while doing some chores. I often wonder about this conundrum of like both being, I guess, victim or subject to the design, the fundamental coding of DNA or whatever these dynamics that we have no choice. Sorry, I don't know if there's somebody open mic. I have like a hard time focusing on my, thank you so much. Simultaneously, we have to be subject to this coding, but we also have a capacity to expand our awareness. And it feels like that makes it even more limiting feeling to me. And it feels like it creates more challenge to have to reconcile with, to transcend suffering. And I'm wondering, like, is the contemplation an element that's also designed in the coding? This desire to push forward through all arenas of our existence, whether it's survival or reproduction or going beyond just where we are in our current psychological states or whatever. It does seem unique to the human. I don't know how many animals contemplate the meaning of existence or are able to. So, but it feels like there's this fractalization or levels of I'm not sure it's evolution. It doesn't feel like it's, if evolution is intended to be more efficient and have like more fitness or however you describe that in a physics term, it doesn't seem like it's evolution. It seems like a worse state. It just, so I'll tell this quick story. I got a delivery from the farmer's market last week. And this lettuce was in the refrigerator and I left it in there for like 2.5 days because I don't know, I don't always eat the lettuce, but so then I was like, okay, it's time to make the salad. So I pull it out. It's been in the fridge for 2.5 days, whatever, at the farmer's market. I put it in water take up all the leaves, soak it in a big bowl of water. It's sitting there for another 2.5 hours or something as I'm like bringing life back to the lettuce. So then I take all the leaves out, I put them on a towel, and I notice there's like this inchworm caterpillar that's like floating in the water straight, like a little stick or something, like dead. And I thought, oh my God, it's been in the refrigerator for cold for that whole time, and now I just drowned it for 2.5 hours. So I took it out and put it on the towel, and I just had a feeling that it was gonna like come back to life or something. And I looked back later in the night, and I poked it, like I touched it with my finger, and it like was alive. And so I pulled it off the towel and I put it in this jar with like other lettuce so it could eat something overnight while I went to bed. And the next day I was going to take it outside. And I put a little piece of lettuce on the top of the jar, like a lid, so that nothing else would get in the jar and disturb this thing. And I woke up in the morning, I noticed there was nothing in the jar, and the lettuce that was on the top had been like thrown off the jar. So this caterpillar, after being freezing cold, drowned, put in a jar, got up the big jar, threw the lettuce off. Like it wasn't even a big caterpillar. It was kind of like, I don't know, a little inchworm. And then went down onto the table. I was looking everywhere for it. It crawled into a box with this plastic packaging, went into the plastic packaging and made itself like this shoddy, barely together cocoon to get to its hopefully encoded, transcended destination of turning into a freaking winged creature. So it made me start crying because I was like, fuck, we have this drive no matter what to push us as far as we can go, even if we're like half alive. And how do I reconcile with that within myself? Because I'm just a fractalized version at another like level as the human, a different species, you know, everything had, but it's all in this coding. And so if the design has this coding to push us forward regardless in any aspect, whether it's in our psyche or our physical undertakings, is it even, now I'm like, so this is just innate, and maybe maybe the contemplation is the end of the coding. Like it's just my desire to continue like pushing forward, whether it's in my mind to expand my awareness, and I'm just doing what I'm designed to do. And I don't know what's going to happen, if I'm going to have this mind after I leave this body, and if I'm going to go to another system that has a different coding, or, you know, we don't know that. And now I'm wondering, like, is the speculation just in my design here? And it just brings on a whole new arena of thought. So thanks for letting me share.
Wow, that was beautiful how you put that. Yeah, and to think that we're so weak that a little caterpillar can out survive us is just spits in the face of like survival of the fittest. But yeah, that drive in us to survive at all cost, no matter what. Being frozen, drowned, and suffocated, yet still pushing through to get to that transcendent state of a butterfly so that we can get the hell out of here. That was some beautiful imagery.
You have to give it to it. That little creature.
Yeah, but you
managed
know
to
what?
survive.
It hasn't made it. Like I have it. I went the next day to see, like, okay, is it developing in this cocoon, this little warrior? And it looks like it just turned darker, like a blacker color, and it started to create some wings, but it's dead. Like it's lifeless now. But it almost made it, but it did not. And I
It's dead.
I have this little cocoon with this little fallen soldier inside it to remind me every day.
Oh, so he didn't make it.
He
Okay.
didn't make it. I tried, I did. No, he didn't.
All that effort.
Exactly. And that's like, I see it and I'm like, all this effort and still is it just seems like, there's a couple many perspectives to take. Okay, this is torturous, or this is an opportunity to prove each individual's capacity to transcend and traverse and navigate regardless. And wow, what strength. But it's just coded, right? It's just our natural propensity.
Yeah, what strength with the outcome of absolutely nothing. All that for absolutely nothing. And that's kind of like what our lives are here. We went through all of this just to reach that end stage of dying in that cocoon. We tried our whole life to keep surviving, but the end date is there is no way out. So what is the purpose of it all?
Yeah, and that's why I was wondering, all I have to hold on to is that I'll have some semblance of a mind, or, so because all reincarnation theories are speculation. Everything after death is unknown because we're inside the system. We can't see it from outside, and anybody that's outside or anything that's not, it can't, it's hard to prove that it is bringing back solid data from the other side, quote unquote. So all I can kind of hope for is that when I have out of body experiences or, experiences in other dimensions or states of awareness, that proves to me that I am out of my body and I'm still able to experience and be. But that could be an illusion as well, because I'm not technically dead. My mind or my brain might make me think that I'm out of my body and that I'm outside of it, that therefore I am not it. But I don't really know because I am still alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's out of body experience is definitely not a figment of someone's imagination, because you can actually do a group OBE with like-minded people and share information, go back to the human body and share experiences. So one thing I do know, it's not some figment of someone's imagination. You can do a group, let's say the three of us, we go out of body, we meet each other. Obviously, all of us. I'm just saying. I'm not promoting OBE, but anyway, all of us do it. We meet somewhere, and then make notes. You go back to the body. Oh yeah, that's what you said. Oh yeah, that is how you look like. This and that. So it's definitely not a figment of someone's imagination.
Yeah, I've had experiences out of body, but I'm wondering, is it a feature of the coding as well? Like, is, even though I'm out of the vessel, my consciousness awareness is not in this physical vessel. I'm acting somewhere else, quote unquote. But could that also be a feature of this design as well?
I agree. It's all these experiences are obviously when the body is alive. Well, but what actually happens when the body is dead?
Right.
What happens
that's
then?
what I contemplate.
Nobody knows.
Right.
Nobody
Exactly.
knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Yeah, that's for me. That's just sad. So many people are searching for answers. They don't get it. Some people swear about OBE, lucid dreaming. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you have a heightened awareness. It feels more real than this life. They say this life is a dream when they go back to the body. Yeah, it's all fine, but nobody has ever returned from death to really tell the tale. So yeah, that's sad. We really don't know what happens when we die. So even when people talk about soul traps and all that stuff, yeah, it's fine. It's information. It's a possibility, but you will know or not know when you die. You get what I'm saying? If you don't know, who cares? You're not there around anymore. You're just gone. No more pain, no more suffering, no more joy.
Mm-hmm.
You're gone, and you won't give any fucks about it because there's no mind, there's no thought, and there's only two options after death: either you're still there or you're not. That I can say for 100% fact. There are only two options when you die. Only two. Yeah, I've read the book. Can You Stand the Truth? I've read it completely, like years ago. However, I will tell you this: that female who wrote the book, Can You Stand the Truth? She lied about certain stuff. I knew a
That's
guy.
hilarious.
I knew a guy, and he had actual. I'm not going to name his name. He had actual contact with the author, Angeliki Agnosti. And after a while, he asked about, did you actually meet Jesus in the forest? You know, the first chapters of the book. And she said, no, that was just something I made up. It's not real. Okay. Why didn't you wrote that in a book? Was just a story, not real. She didn't say it was real or not. Just up to the reader. But that is something that was a bit sketchy. Other than that, the book has many good information. One of the best I've read. One of the best. But the thing that the whole story about she meeting with Jesus in the forests in that abandoned house, that was all made up, 100% made up. And he told me this. Hey, look, man, I contacted Angeliki Agnosti, and that whole story about Jesus is just fake, man. She made that up. So,
What was
wow.
the story? Was it an experience that she had that she said that she thought the being was Jesus, or what was the story?
Have you read the book?
No.
Okay, so the first chapters, basically, she was in search of this elusive man, in the forest, that people thought was Jesus. So she tried it herself. She went to the forest. It's from my memory. It's been a long time, so please forgive me if I make mistakes. She went to the house, waited. Eventually, she did meet with a man out of the blue, and that man told her a lot of stories about nature of reality, the demiurge, archons, reincarnation, and all that stuff. That's only the first couple of chapters, the first two chapters, and then she starts to really talk about stuff that you can actually verify, about reality, the demiurge, Gnosticism, and all that stuff. But the first two chapters, it's completely made up, not based on any truth, because she actually admitted that. Oh no, that's just a storytelling. That's not based on any truth.
How
So
could any story of meeting Jesus be proved?
Be proved? You can't.
Right. So everybody's story about meeting Jesus is not true.
I don't believe that.
According to that logic.
Yeah, I don't believe that. The whole Jesus figure, for me, just going back and forth, and all these years, At times I believe Jesus, and other times I don't believe it. Back and forth, back and forth. And then I eventually said, you know what, screw it, man. It's not good when you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It just means it probably doesn't exist. So let it go. I don't believe it anymore. This Jesus figure. Obviously, you have these channels that actually say that Jesus is the Antichrist, and as he's actually a form of a demon and all that stuff. So eventually, I stopped believing in Jesus. Actually, I did back when I was a child. Basically, I did pray to him, ask him to come into my life, and I won't go into details. Since then, my life went completely shit. I think I thought I felt something, but it's probably a placebo effect, mind control from what people said. Oh, I felt something, so I felt that placebo effect probably. But after that, I didn't experience any positive things. So yeah, that's it, man.
I've had a experience where I was in so much pain at this one moment, nerve pain, and it was just excruciating. And I was by myself. I was sitting on a patio in the back of my house, trees behind me, and I'm on the couch on the patio, like in the grips of this nerve pain session, and in my mind, just like, how can I overcome this? How can anything feel so much pain? This shouldn't even be possible. I want to. I don't want to be experiencing this, and I don't know if it was an out of body experience, if I like popped out of my body and went into like, or something in my brain. So the maybe the stress was so intense that it had my brain like have this like moment of a fainting spell, or a little like, see, because with psychedelic experiences or certain states of meditation or breath work, or accidents, so the maybe it's like the DMT that's released in the brain, like it allows some sort of veil or door of perception to open where
Uh,
one is
can you
able
can
to.
you sorry to interrupt?
Uh-huh.
You broke up. So
Oh, where did I stop?
like 6 seconds. So go back to like 6 seconds.
What was I saying?
Because that's
Oh,
you
okay,
went
I'll go
completely
try
silent.
to go back 6 seconds.
All right.
So saying like I wanted to be out of my experience because I was in so much pain, and so I don't know if I had an out of body experience or if something in my brain like malfunctioned physiologically, or like when people have near death experiences or epilepsy or meditative experiences or breath work, or however they get it, like the brain, I don't know if it releases DMT or opens a door of perception so that one is able to perceive another quote unquote dimension, like with psychedelics, how so many people say that they see the same things, they meet the same beings. Anyway, whatever happened, I don't know what happened, but I was sitting there in this grip of pain, and all of a sudden this being walks from behind a tree in my backyard toward me, like wearing this robe. And I'm not indoctrinated into any religion. I don't know who this person was, but one could say if they were Christian that like, wow, that was probably Jesus. So I don't know what was up with this, but this guy walks from behind the tree and he's like, welcome. And it was like this whole feeling of everything was much more vivid and bright, and the lights, and it was just a flash. And I was like, what the heck? And I tried to make it happen again, and it didn't happen again. But I can't prove that it happened. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if there are beings always around us, and whether or not we open a door of perception in our mind because of some brain malfunction, we're able to see them or not. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Oh, they definitely exist. These beings definitely exist.
Yeah.
It's definitely not your figment of your imagination.
Right. So many people can
100%.
corroborate these experiences and share. How can we have collective experiences even if we didn't know? Like some people say, oh, it's just in this collective subconscious, so everybody is on the same page and it's predictive programming or whatever. But you know, people may not have even known about one thing or another and still have a shared experience. So I do feel like cross corroboration is some kind of proof that they're all around us. We just can't see them because of our limiting aspect of our brains is like making us only be able to experience what we're seeing right now.
Oh, you can definitely see them with the right type of equipment. For example, when you look at the military, when they use their night vision goggles.
Yeah, they stopped producing
It's
those. I looked into those.
no, those are currently they're using the green ones, right?
Yeah,
So
they used to use the red ones.
that was in the beginning in the Vietnam War,
Right.
I
And
think, and
that's when
they
they saw
start
the
seeing them.
beings.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
when they start seeing them, and they went completely berserk, nutty. They've seen these demons walking around, but only with the red night vision goggles. So so the military abandoned those, and they're now using the green ones. So yeah, you can actually see them. You can actually see certain UFOs. All you need is the right type of equipment, recording in it in a 4K or in 8K, capable of slow the footage down by a lot. So definitely record at 120 FPS, frames per second or higher. And then you have to wait through the whole video, slow it down until you see flashes of light crossing around your screen. And when you slow it down further and further, you can actually see the shape of the craft. Many people actually said that in many cities it's packed full of these ships hovering above the cities for good reason. I think they are there to siphon our energy. There are definitely other types of beings. Don't know why they're here. Well, I do know. They're everywhere. They're literally everywhere. So certain religions speak about it. Christianity, Judaism, Islam. We all have a certain amount allocated to us. Certain amount.
Like a
Like
jinn or the daemon.
yeah, not one or two
Right.
more. There are way more of them than us.
So
Sometimes
that's a part
we
of the
have
design. You think that's a part of the design, or that's like outside of the design?
No, I think definitely is a part of the design, 100%.
Like the
Wow.
subconscious. It's a part. You think it's an aspect of our psyche that's ethereally materialized?
I can't
I
follow
think
you.
about that sometimes.
I can't follow you. Can you repeat that?
Like if it's a part, like the subconscious is a part of our design, right? So it's a place, you know, there's a lot that can come out of, I feel like so going into like the idea of like how do you say it? The tulpas, the energetic, even though it's not physically material, there's like an egregore, right? Like
Yeah.
a collection of energy that's specifically tied to one being, and perhaps it's the ethereal materialization of that being subconscious. So there's all these elements of like the trickster element or the shadow, or you know, it can embody, quote unquote, in its way, an aspect of an archetype. And when we say like the unseen enemy or whatever, perhaps it's a part of our subconscious egregore collective.
Well, there's an interesting story about certain Buddhists. It's supposedly a real story. Is that one of these Buddhists was trying to manifest a thought form, a tulpa, in which case he was successful. And he was basically a hermit. down in some mountain range. He was all alone, and Tulpa came into being, meaning he materialized. And after a while, I think the purpose of this Tulpa was taking care of the Buddhist. If it's out of my memory. It's just something I've delved into like years ago. But after a while, the Tulpa became more aware about himself and started to think for itself. Because in the beginning, the Tulpa is basically in an empty shell. That is one of the Tulpa you can toss around. When you don't need it, you just dissolve it. But this Buddhist just allowed him to keep going alive. And eventually the Tulpa grow in a form of awareness. And the next thing what the Tulpa did was actually kill his creator. And then took over his, mimicked his body. Literally mimicked his body. And then he went into the crowd, and people realized something was up. And that's where you get these stories about if you don't manage your Tulpa, they might even kill you. But it's just anecdotes. This is from a Buddhist story. You can actually find it on online. That story that the Tulpa became self-aware and basically
Yeah, I'm
killed his.
fascinated by this concept of thought forms being able to create an entity.
Yeah, it's fascinating, but I wonder if the Tulpa was actually really self-aware. I'm just wondering.
I know, like over time, or however you want to phrase that, the evolution or the development of a contained, somehow contained, whether it's just electromagnetic fields or some sort of, however prolonged thought can contain an energy, however it can create an entity, like as the longer it's sustained and the more complex it becomes, perhaps.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's what I've heard as well.
And can eventually reach, its own. It can eventually like contain it and be really an individual. Using Tom Campbell's, I don't listen to him so much anymore, but I do tend to borrow the individuated unit of consciousness thing.
Or the guy, the Tom Campbell with the white hair, white beard.
Yeah. He says
Oh, that one.
individuated unit of consciousness, and I can't think of another way to like describe a contained system of like focused, like because like where are our memories stored? Where is our we have these fields, these biofields or whatever, right? That's the energetic fields that is storing our blueprints. So whatever you call that, and how an energy, prolonged thought form focus can develop into holding its own energy field.
Well, that's
capable of storing information, and etc.
That might happen with the fall of Sophia and Gnosticism. Which, basically put in the Pleroma, it was said, don't create. You can create with both male aspect and female aspect. But she didn't. She went down into the abyss and created something without her male aspect. I'm not talking about female are bad or male. Both are bad. That's how I see it. Both are severely programmed in this physical world. But anyway, she went down and she created something, a thought form. That thought form became, as time goes by, probably became more powerful and realized that it also had some form of creative power. And that's when he decided to create his own form of heaven, so to speak. Created all these realms, astral realms, He created other thought forms, but they don't have spirit. We call them archons, or whatever you might call them. So yeah, that's a perfect example of an egregore or a tulpa that went haywire. Absolutely batshit crazy. So that's a perfect example of what can happen with an egregore. That's how I see. That's how I see the storytelling with Gnosticism and the fall of Sophia.
Right. I think about that too. So then, is this realm? It's an egregore out of control because the coding seems to be the way the dynamic is set up is like incredibly parasitic, narcissistic, manipulative. That's the nature of the coding of this whole system to quote unquote allow it to sustain itself.
Yeah, of course it needs to. It needs to siphon out energy, no matter if it's through love or through hate. It needs energy to survive, to maintain its consciousness, so to speak. And that's one of the reasons why they hate us so much. I'm talking about people with the spirit. They hate us so much because we have something they don't have. We don't need energy from others. Self-sustaining, basically. But even that, I have some doubts about it because, like I said, we don't know exactly what happens after we die. We might end up in a reality where we literally have to fight for our survival. Who knows? Because when you look at this place and all these corny ass meme, as above, so below, which has some truth to it. I think there's a lot of truth in it. When we die, don't expect to go to some fancy place. Although I think we can. I don't know how. I don't know how we can go back to the pleroma or a free universe, whatever it is called. Many people talk about these topics, yet they never experience it. So I don't take these people too seriously, because I know you've never been there. How can you tell this, man? As if you know. It's a real hard topic to wrap your mind around. Real hard topic. I've questioned it so many times, and now I just don't care anymore. Basically,
Seems like there's like a frequency, like I hear a lot of people talk about frequency net. I mean, I've had my own experience when I was astral travel. I had an intention to go up and see outside what it looked like from outside of this realm, and I could only get up to a certain height, and I wasn't expecting, but I hit my head on something, my ethereal head, and I fell back down into my body. And so then that was a few years ago, and I didn't really know that other people had experiences like that until just recently, listening and hearing other people's thoughts on this topic, which is great. I'm so appreciative that everybody's coming together and having conversations. And thank you, Joshua, for being a part of that here and opening your channel for people to talk about it. But like, it seems like there may be some frequency, hypnosis fence. So it's impossible to experience outside because we're held in this we're held captive in this frequency. It's like a hypnosis. There's no way to, snap out of it because it's ever present.
Yeah, definitely. I've told this to Joshua about the Trojan horse. That is the subconscious mind. That's a gift they've given us. I cannot say for sure, but I did expand it in another stream. The Tower of Babel. When humans had one language, I think that one language is telepathy. And with telepathy, it's basically impossible to lie to one another. You cannot lie to another being. They can see right through you. So the gods didn't like that aspect. They told to themselves, fuck it. We cannot allow these humans to have telepathy. It's a too powerful tool. So in one way, they took it away and gave us spoken language, written language, which is filled with spells and programming. And it's really hard to tell if someone is telling the truth or a lie. That's why they have all these corporations that do NLP, neural linguistic programming, subliminal messages. That's just a real science behind it. They have done so much research into the human mind. It's real. So when people say that's just nonsense, it's not, man. I can name corporations who've done this stuff, completely researching the human behavior, human mind, and how they can basically manipulate and lie to you just to buy a certain product. And that is only the surface level. Obviously, you have these deeper levels, which I don't talk about it, which can actually really mess you up in so many ways. When you look at a grown man, a man with a beard, making videos about Transformer toys, there's all collection. I'm not hating on a person, but come on, man. What's in it for you? Talking about toys, Transformer toys, like a man that is 50 plus years old. There's no point in talking about that stuff, man. It should be reserved for children. That's how far the programming goes. It's in my book. It's just a success for them. I can give them that. They really went far, and they're
Yeah, they figured out how to manipulate, to sway someone's, either attention, where they put their energy, whether it's in money, where they put, go more towards they're tapping into controlling and puppeteering these like lower octave nature aspects of our psychology, and then it becomes like a brain chemistry, like drug addiction, because if someone is hypnotized and they don't realize all the layers of manipulation, they're living based on whichever direction they're being controlled, left, right. Like actually they're playing them like a game, these characters. And I have actually found that over the years, it's been about a decade or a little more that I've consciously been refining my life experience to eliminate, and haven't watched. I know a lot of people think it's extreme, like, oh, they like watching movies because it gives them information and codes and all that stuff. I understand that, but like I don't know if it's an experiment, but this is the way I choose to live. Haven't watched a TV in 10, 15 years. I haven't had a TV. I don't watch movies. I don't listen to the radio. I don't listen to any ads. I want to be as close to my essential nature without anything influencing me. And I'm very mindful, even in my interpersonal dynamics. When someone is using NLP or trying to manipulate me based on emotions to sway my decision or my choice that I'm going to make one way or another. And like I've really have experienced that the more layers of manipulation and control tactics that I wipe away from my experience, I begin to go inward more and more and more and stay there and not so easily swayed. And it seems like that's a pathway to be able to experience telepathy, to be able to pick up more data like precognition or premonitions, or to tap deeper into like the subtle realms, as I call it on my channel, the subtle realms. But it's like I have experientially I know that without all these layers of programming, there is another possible experience. Telepathy is real. Premonition is real. It's not special. It's not supernatural. It's so natural. it's not supernatural or magic. It's just it's there's an innateness to it that
Yeah, it's natural.
they're
when
trying to
you
cover
are
up that ability. Right.
it's natural when you're out of the body, because the universal language is telepathy. But certain people in physicality do have some telepathy. I can't even say the word. They have telepathy, but
Telepathic.
like but like maybe 30% of the power, 40%, and they are being used by certain intelligence agencies around the world. So in America, Russia, they will use these people for obvious reasons, military objectives. So these people do exist, but they don't show their true potential. It's there. That's why I believe. I'm not 100% confident that the Tower of Babel was something about our telepathy. That humans had one language, and they could achieve so much in our world, so much to make the world a better place. And God didn't like that, and took it away. Gave us this programming, this language, and written language. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and so without language here, with the decoding, with the design, it would be like, do you ever imagine or feel into what that experience would be like? You know, without society structures, without governments, without communication with language, just like, can you feel into what that would be like?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Simple. Imagine
Simple.
you being born in a jungle.
Right.
And those
Yeah.
tribes. How
Mhm.
would you be then?
Right. And
You
it's
would
just
follow
it's
their ways of living.
Mhm.
That's it, man. If you were born in Saudi Arabia, for instance, you would be a Muslim, most likely. Or if you were born in India, and you would believe in Hinduism, etc., etc., etc.
The system, though, like even without all that, and going to this, feeling into that simple way of life, it still is, the coding is still in, you know, taking from one thing to survive, creating hardship and challenge and death and torture for another to be able to it's a transactional system. So like, I really don't want to be in this transactional system. As beautiful and simple as I can imagine being in this system would be the closest to, like, but I still wouldn't agree with it. So that's where this content, and so that tells me that there's something that I'm connected to, or we're connected to, when we ponder outside of the system. There's a connection outside of the system that's like whispering, like, hey, there's something over here outside, you know, try and find me, you know. And so I that's what I keep coming back to. I don't think that contemplation, I think that's not a part of the coding, actually, because if it was, then it would be focused on growing only within this, not trying to get out of it. Trying to get out of it, I don't know. Interesting.
Can you give me one moment? Be right back. Bathroom
Okay.
break. Be right back.
Are you here, Joshua? Well, we'll just have to have dead air, because I don't know that I can just monologue.
Hey guys, sorry, I gotta go, unfortunately, but I've
No,
loved the
that's okay.
conversation. Yeah, sorry I was kind of absent, but I was listening. But I really
That's quite all
appreciate the
right.
conversation.
Thank you so much for having me up here. I really enjoy your videos and connecting with you and everybody here. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for being a part of it, and likewise to you. If you want to post your channel in the comments,
Okay.
get people head over there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Cooler Eyes, pleasure. Everybody else, a pleasure.
Look forward to the next one. Do you do these every week or?
Well, I try to do it, but the thing is, I ran out of free time, so I had to circumvent that and make a new profile. I figured that out today, so that's why. Yeah, but yeah, hopefully at least once a week.
Nice.
But yeah, you're always welcome to join.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, guys, girls, fellow meat suits. I'll see y'all later.
All right, I'm back. Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah, I have to go.
All right, man. Well, thanks for having us. I just wanted to add one more thing. I
Oh, go
forgot
ahead.
to
Yeah.
add. I mentioned these grown guys who just play with toys, basically, like Transformers toys. Grown men, like 50 plus. There's a lot more to it. It's a very sneaky thing they're doing because they're using basically their nostalgia of good times when they actually felt good in their life. Basically, watching Transformers, playing with Transformers toys back when they were a kid. So that is something they use against you. And that's why you see these people making videos about toys, grown men playing with toys, making reviews. It's one way it's understandable, and in another way it's sad, man. It's sad how they manipulate us in so many ways.
Yeah, the nostalgia is a trap for sure.
Yeah, definitely, man. But okay, man. Yeah, you have to go. Thanks for having me here, and have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too.
Take
Thanks
care.
for coming on. Good to finally
No
speak
problem.
with you.
Yeah, no problem, man.
All right. Well, I'll see y'all later.
All right, man. Take care. Bye bye.